A little more time, man. It's Friday. Yes, sir. I think we're ready to kick off. Dr. Poirot.
Yeah.
All right. Welcome, everybody. Thank you for joining us again for the 10th Caribbean Beekeepers Congress. We're having a fantastic Friday start. So it's a little bit late, as usual. All right, but we're good. I had to do some bee work this morning. But we're good and we're ready to start. Dr. Poirot is right on time, ready with his presentation. I think this will be one of the most talked about and featured presentations after this Congress. Dr. Poirot is my personal mentor, John's mentor, and a mentor of many of St. Lucian beekeepers. He came here in 2019, or was it 2018? Yeah, 2019. And he guided us with it's helped us establish our fledgling queen rearing operation here in St. Lucia. And since then, myself and John have never looked back. Along with, not to take anything away, along with my other long-time mentor and friend, Mr. Duncan Simmons of Saltash in the UK. So these are probably my two greatest mentors. You've met one of them today, Dr. Poirot, and hopefully in our next Congress or in our series of newsletters and ongoing AGBO activities throughout the year, I will introduce you to Mr. Duncan Simmons, one of the gentlemen fortunate enough to have been studied under the great Brother Adams. But anyway, moving on. Let us start. Dr. Poirot, I don't think I need to introduce you any more than what I've done already, so I will lay today's session in your hands. All the best. Thank you.
Do you see my screen? It's okay?
We do see your screen.
Okay, just perfect. Let's go. First of all, thanks, Richard, for the invitation. I'm really proud to share my knowledge to the beekeepers. I apologize for my French accent. I hope you will understand what I say. And we just take some minutes to talk about my talk, which is the idea is to talk about genetic selections from Darwin, as you know, natural selection to Brother Adam. I would like to start by introducing myself. Quick slide. So I'm a beekeeper. I was born in the middle of the bees. My father is a beekeeper, and I'm also a researcher. I'm a biochemist, and that is why now 13 years ago, I joined my two patients and I create a beekeeping center when we give trainings for beekeepers. You have the pictures. I live in La Rochelle, so it's the other side of the Atlantic Ocean, and the temperature right now is just 10 degrees. So I prefer to be with you. I will give you a quick history of the honeybees. My colleague, Dr. Jemesi, gave a fantastic talk 2 days ago. It was great, so I will try to do it very quickly because she gives lots of answers. She gives. As you know, all the honeybees in the world originate from Europe, North Europe, which is not tropical climate, but temperate climate adapted. And the other part is from Africa. And in the middle, you have the tropical climate adapted honeybees, natural honeybees. And this is a human, our species, who spread the honeybees all around the world, maybe since 2 or 3 centuries ago. The first strains in America, I saw all the other speech of the other countries, so you know that, was the black bees, who come from the north of Europe, not really adapted to the tropical climate, which is Apis mellifera mellifera, the black bees. And the other is the yellow bees. His name is Ligustica, the race, Apis mellifera ligustica, from Italy. And this is probably the main important race in the rest of the world. She's largely spread. And right now in Asia, the majority of the species in the Pacific parts comes from the native Ligustica. The honeybees arrived in North America in 1622, then in Cuba in 1763, etc. And you have the date with all of the lecture by the guy before for the other island. Until an experimentation in Brazil in 1956, you know that. Maybe a team of scientists have the bad idea, unfortunately, to try to adapt, to create an hybrid between the local honeybees in South America, which was the Ligustica in general, with another strain of bees who comes from Africa and South Africa. This is the Scutellata. The Scutellata is really adapted to its climate. That's right. She's really adapted to the diseases, and maybe it is what the scientists are looking for. And they try to combine the strength of Scutellata with the strength in South America. And unfortunately, they created the now called Africanist honeybees, which is perfectly adapted to the environment, tropical environment. That's why in half a century, she spread, she was very quick to the south, from Brazil to the south of the US. And unfortunately, this honeybee is not adapted to the beekeepers. She's adapted to the environment, that's right. She's be able to swarm a lot, be able to fight against viral diseases, for example, and other diseases. But on the other hand, the problem is the honey production is lower. She's be able to produce a lot, but she consumes a lot, and she stings a lot. You know that she's very aggressive. And for the most of the situation in the island, in the Caribbean, you have a problem of place. It's very hard to find a place to put your beehives. And when your neighborhoods don't want to have honeybees because she's too aggressive, it could be a problem. This is really the aim of my job. When I go to work in Central America, my job is to help beekeepers to move from the first situation. You have pictures on my left in French Guiana as the years before. You have to protect yourself. It was some nest of Africanist bees. To the next situation, maybe to recover the situation before the Africanist bees. And you have on the right pictures of 4 years ago in Martinique Island. And after in Martinique 3 to 5 years, we have a success, and we realize an introduction of a new species, and we have tropicalized the species. And now, as you can see, the beekeepers don't need to protect themselves, and they have a huge production of honey. To do that, we use Brother Adam method. There is only one method in reality to change for a genetic plan. This is the first one. That's why I talk about him. We have talked about before the natural adaptation. That's why we talk about Darwin. But now we want to adapt the honeybees to the beekeepers and not the contrary. So to do that, the first really, the first stage is to teach beekeepers to breed. Beekeepers have to be able to produce themselves queen cells. This is really the stage one. We give lots of training lessons about bee breeding. And after that, the second part is really the honeybee selection. And to do that, we have 3 steps. The first one is the beekeepers have to have a careful observation. That means, what qualities are you looking for in your honeybees? If, for example, you're looking for viral resistance, you need to take some notes and to have a scientific attitude and to have a scientific observation. We need to have data. The second point is probably the most complicated. We have to control the mating. We have to control because we want to have one queen, virgin queen, for example, a very sweet, and some drones with a high honey production. But to do that, we have to control when they mate, and there is not lots of techniques. The second things what we teach the more is the insemination techniques. We help the beekeepers. I work with Richard on this, and his colleague, and Lucia on this part. If you can control the mating, you can't have an evolution of your genetic stocks. The other idea, if you can't or if it's pretty hard to realize insemination, you can control in an island or in a protected area without drones from other columns. But it was very important. And the last point is the selection. Even if you have a very good queen and very good drones, the result, the F1, the next generation will be not always very good. So you have to find into all the descendants, the very good, the perfect queens, which is really adapt to your ideas, to your ideas of the selection. What quality are you looking for? To give an illustration of what we've done, I decide to present you what we do in French Guiana, because unfortunately the president will be not available this week to present the beekeeping in French Guiana, so I will do that for him, and I will present at the same time what we've done with us. In French Guiana, the president is Mr. Olivier Belloni. He's the president of the association Apigui. There is 70 beekeepers, but only 3 to 5 full-time professional beekeepers without other activities. In all the country, there is close to 800 beehives, so it's very small. And the average of honey production is between 50 to 100 kilos per year. So it's really important. I know the production in the island, in the Caribbean, is really lower. And the French West Indies, in Martinique and Guadeloupe, the production is maybe really, really lower compared to Guyana, French Guiana. I write scientific posters during the last Apimondia, so if you want to have more information about French Guiana, you just have to follow the link just there. Just a few words about the situation in French Guiana. We have a low density of honeybee. I just talked before about 800 honeybees, beehives. And at the same time, lots of resources. It's just huge. That's why the production could be very important. And we are involved in a European training project since 4 years right now. In this way, we give trainings, we teach people how to, for example, you have a pictures to how to graft. This is the first stage, as I said before. How to inseminate, second point. And they have created, the president, Mr. Olivier Belloni, a mating station for the production of Tropicalis breakfast queens. Tropicalis because it is queens very adapted to the tropical climate. In Europe, we have lots of huge plan of selection, but it's not for tropical climate. Breakfast because it's a mix of different strains, and I think it could be really a way for the future. So the idea is to be able to produce for the rest of the French Guiana, but also for the rest of the Caribbean, a pool of selected queens, tropicalized, and from the strains breakfast, very adapted. And since maybe 1 month now, it's not legal to breed, it's forbidden to breed the local honeybees, so the Africanist honeybees. The idea is to protect an area where you have only the selected honeybees, to have a natural mating in the very good condition, and to be able to increase the quality of the genetics. Just one slide with some figures, because it's, in my opinion, it's very important to give you a real idea of the potential of this type of honeybees. I give you the example of Mr. Bruno Gaucher. He have close to 100 beehives in 2018, but in general. This is his full apiary. So we gave him F0. F0 means it's inseminated queens, a buckfast queen from Europe. And we have the same procedure in the French West Indies. At the beginning, you have one inseminated queen. Then he graft on this inseminated queen and he creates the next generation. The name is the F1. F1 means the daughter of the inseminated queen. The F1, in average, produced during the 1 year close to 85 kilos of honey per year. So it's very important compared to the F2. The F2 is the next generation. the next of the next. That means the daughter of the F1. So you lose 50% of the genetics. And at the same time, you lose, I don't know, maybe 30% of the production. And the last queens is others. That means the local honeybees, which is the Africanist honeybees. And as you can see, the production is lower. So the F1, when you graft on inseminate queen from Europe, you will be able to have in average 62% more of honey. So it's really important. We have the same result the years after. So that means the years before in 2019. And this is approximately the same result in Martinique and in Guadeloupe. So for the beekeepers, just to have these genetics and to be able to graft themselves, to produce queen cells, there is technical problems. We'll talk about that later. They are be able to really increase the honey production, and at the same time, they reduce the aggressivity. As you can see, the beekeepers doesn't need to protect itself, and it's very, very a pleasure to work with this type of honeybees. I would like to talk to another point with my partner Vita Bee Health. We are involved together in the sustainable varroa treatment strategy. The idea is to, as you know, when you treat varroa with chemical like amitraz and fluvalinate, for example, is it possible to have some resistance to one or the other compound? So when we deliver the medical, we have to be sure that it works. So before to deliver, when the vet gives the medical, we made a study of the varroa sensitivity to the acaricide. And you have here figures of one scientific article that we have published this year. And you can see the map of the French Guiana. And on the map, we are able to say the varroa in French Guiana is more sensitive to fluvalinate than to amitraz. And that can help the beekeepers to choose themselves the compounds that they want to use. Thanks for Vita for the help to do these studies. We will redo these studies the next week in French Guiana. My colleague takes the plane the next week, and we will do the same type of studies in Martinique and in Guadeloupe the next years. If you are interested, please contact me directly. Normally, yesterday you have a feedback from Mr. Love in Martinique. Unfortunately, Mr. Benoit Foucan from Guadeloupe Island was not available, but you have the same result. You can contact them directly, or you can send me an email and I can send it to you, the presentation. A future project right now, we are close to the end. What I would like to do is to create intertropical America, a network of honeybee selection centers. I saw yesterday and the day before that in the different islands, they have some bee breeding projects, maybe selection projects. So why not to work together? We have good results. Maybe we can share with you the results that we have, share with you the genetics if it's possible or not, or maybe to receive genetics from us, from you. The idea is to promote a Buckfast tropicalis queen. Buckfast is it's a nickname. Maybe we can have another name, an American tropicalis queen. The idea is to have queen adapt for beekeepers with a high production, with low swarming, with very calm, very adapted to beekeeping. And in other hand, in my experience, we know that when we change the genetics, we have to change the techniques at the same time, the way of management. You don't manage your beehive with the same, through the same things between a local honeybees, Africanist honeybees, and a Buckfast queen. It's not the same thing, and you have to change your mind. So sometimes it could be, it's not very hard, but you have to know it could be different. And this is the second part of our job, to help the beekeepers to change. So that is why we would like to promote advanced beekeeping techniques and tools to help the beekeepers to reduce, to help them to have a better job. Very easy to do, very, very nice, and I hope interesting. For example, I have a friend in Thailand, so in Asia. And in Asia, they have honeybees who comes from Italy, the Ligustica in general. This is Asian Ligustica. This honeybees is adapted to the tropical climate since centuries. And the average is good, but in reality, without selection, the honeybees don't want to produce honey. They don't need to produce lots of honey in tropical climates. It's normal. So that's why, for the first time, we export honeybees Buckfast tropicalis queen from Martinique to Thailand to try these honeybees, tropical adapted and selected, in this country, and wait and see if the production could be bigger, could be more interesting. So I give you my contact. If you have questions, you can contact me directly, of course. You have my cell phone and my email. Thank you.
Thank you. Very good question, very good presentation, Dr. Poirot. I'm just scouring the internet now and various groups to see what questions there are. Okay, we have a question there from Merlin Stedman. If buckfast is introduced to French Guiana, can it have an influence on the Africanized honeybee? Can buckfast crossbreed the AHB, and can the AHB become less aggressive, less populated?
Unfortunately, yes, we have a cross between Buckfast and Africanist honeybees, but the problem is Africanist bees is more adapted to the environment. So it is well known. There is lots of publication about that. For example, the drones from the Africanist honeybees really want to mate, and in reality, if you can control the mating, you will really quickly lose all the qualities that you have imported. So that is why, as said, it's easy to import, for example, one strength, one intermediate queen, but if you can control after that the mating of the honeybees, you can have the full qualities. But in the same time, it's not so complicated because for lots of beekeepers, they just import one intermediate queen, graft, and the F1 that I'm talking about is with local drones. So that means they produce lots of honey with an hybrid between a Buckfast queen and local drones of Africanist bees.
Okay, that's great response. I think we've got a question there from Paul Shepherd. I'm trying to bring him in live to ask you his question directly. Paul, can you hear us? If you unmute your mic, you can go ahead. Paul, we can't hear you. We cannot hear you, Paul. His mic is off. His mic is on. We can't hear you yet, Paul, but we're going to take a question from our studio audience from Mr. Romulus in the meantime.
Okay, morning, Benjamin. Welcome and excellent presentation. I understand the whole methodology that you're using and so on, but I need to ask a more fundamental question because I'm an environmental planner and a geographer, and I understand ecology as well. The question is, if one goes into an environment and identifies a species of bees, the natural bees tend to be less productive than the genetically altered bees. My question to you is, if you go about doing the genetic change to achieve production levels, and that specific species begin to take over the natural environment, what happens to the ecological balance? And if there, have you ever observed any impact? Or the next question, is there a risk assessment you can do before you begin to do the interventions? And if there is, what is the methodology to do it?
Could you repeat the question and summary? Sorry.
Okay.
I'll give it to him in French.
En français? Mais créole, s'il vous plaît. Je parle français un peu. D'accord. When you select a species from a natural environment, usually the natural production tends to be lower than when you engineer or you do some manipulation to improve the productivity, okay? That is genetic engineering, and that's fine. My question to you is, if one enters an environment and selects the natural species there and genetically alters it, and it improves production, that's good for my pocket. But I'm trying to understand what happens in the natural environment, because that newly engineered bee might just take over the environment because it might be more competitive, it might outcompete the natural species. And in so doing, will it pollinate different flowers or the same flowers? In other words, Benjamin, I'm trying to understand what happens to the ecological balance, and if there is any. And the next question I'm asking, is there any way of doing a risk analysis before you begin such an intervention, so you can at least anticipate some of the changes that may occur? You cannot be 100% sure because nature is so complex. So if you can give us a little bit about that. Thank you.
Thanks for the question. This is a real question. We start in general to talk about that because beekeepers don't want to change the genetics. They are afraid they could have trouble with the local honeybees that they have, and maybe the other species in the environment. It's maybe what you are talking about, what you're thinking about. It's not possible for us to do that in a country where there is a native honeybees. For example, when we work in Africa, we can't come with our genes, our pool of genes, because they have a native honeybees. And if I will come with my honeybees, I'm afraid there is a risk of hybridation. And I'm not able to know what is the consequences of what I do. It's the same things with technical team, scientific team in Brazil in 1956. But in America, there is no bees before, so no honeybees. With this hypothesis, if there is no honeybees before, if this is the honeybees, the breakfast bees, it's the normal honeybees. There is no morphological differences. Its behavior is just the same. The only difference is just we will recover the conditions that we have half a century ago, when we have the native Italian honeybees, which is very sweet. When I talk with beekeepers, with very old beekeepers in the Caribbean, they told me about when they was young, they know a beekeeping without protection, with very sweet honeybees, and a huge amount of honey produced by their beehives. But it's not the case right now. So that's why I permit, the only restrictions that I have is diseases. Of course, we are involved with the vet to be sure that we can't share diseases from Europe. This is most important. And after that, it's just honeybees, but with some different genes. So for the pollination, about me, there is no problem. If a problem have to be done, it will have arrived lots of years before. And I know lots of countries don't want to exchange their genetics because they are afraid about the vet problems, the diseases, the spread. But the Africanization of the honeybees give you the idea of how the bees can spread very quickly, and the decrease of the honey production. And during all, for example, the lecture you talk about, there is not enough young beekeepers. The age of the beekeepers increase years after years because young beekeepers doesn't want to become, young people don't want to be a beekeepers because you have to protect yourself. The honey production is not so good. So for me, it's really important to change. And the second point is my job is not to to share the genetics from Europe. What I would like, really would like, is in Central America to have a network through the island could work between themselves and to create a local honeybees very adapted. But if you want to select honeybees, adapt to beekeepers from the Africanist honeybees, you will need to have 15 to 20 years. It is well known in Europe when you restart, very often we take a new honeybees, we take something else, we try another strains. We need to have 15 to 20 years to have bees adapt to the beekeepers, and you have modelization about that. So if you have 20 years, you could start right now. But if you want to win time and to have inside your genetic pool right now the good gene, the best idea is to import honeybees. And I'm not afraid about that because there was no honeybees in America since the last centuries. I hope I'm clear.
Good. I think you made yourself very clear. Paul Shepherd, have you been able to resolve your microphone issue? You can speak. We can hear you. You're connected. Paul, great Paul. Calling Paul Shepherd. All right. I guess Paul is got technical issues. He doesn't have a fantastic technical team like I do, and Flo. Backing him up like me. But he's typing, but he has typed. He did have a question. Let me pull it up. 3, okay. Doesn't look, okay, so how long does, okay, he asks how, well, if you go to the question and answer section, Benjamin, just click on the Q&A box. If you click on the taskbar, Q&A, Q and R.
Q&A, yeah, I got it.
Click in it, you will see his questions.
How long does the screen remain reproductive? Normally, the beekeepers keep the queen during 1 or 2 years. In not modern beekeeping, but the queens be able to lay during all the years, so the production is very high, and beekeepers used to change the queen every years. Maybe every 2 years when she's very good, because you want to have the drones.
And he had a second question. He asked, can you explain the genetic bottleneck that occurs in natural selection?
Genetic bottleneck? I don't understand.
Maybe he can make it. Well, I guess they can. The bees can only develop so far, and then they stop. There will be no further improvements because they think they've reached perfection, I guess. I think that's what he's trying to say. So when there's a bottleneck, they come to a point where they just stop improving or they stop developing and they just keep on repeating themselves. If Paul should just come in and speak and ask his own question. All right, let's move on. Are there any more questions? Any more questions?
I see a question. Is how sustainable is the practices proposed by me for forbidding the breeding the local honeybee seems to be very extreme. That's right. I was surprised myself that the local government in French Guiana allowed to stop the breeding of the local honeybees. But just to give you the idea, it's not forbidden to breed. It's just forbidden to breed local honeybees in this area. It's just a small part of French Guiana. The idea is to have a conservatory of these high productive honeybees. Because as we talk together, all of you, we have to control the mating, and the problem is insemination is very techniques, and the easy way is to have mating station. But if you want to have a mating station, you need to have a place without foreign honeybees. That is why it's just in one place at maybe 10 kilometers around, but French Guiana is very huge, so there is no problem. It's just to be sure that there is no another beekeepers with native bees who will come too close to the mating station.
Okay. Paul Shepherd also asks, I live in France. I'm rearing bees by natural selection. Can natural selection work?
Natural selection. What does that mean? Natural selection. It was the introduction of my talk. The Africanist honeybees. It's just great. She's completely adapted to the environment. That is why she spread very so fast. The Africanist honeybees is more adapted to the environment than the honeybees than we can come. When we have an importation of honeybees, the adaptation of the honeybees to the environment is lower than the Africanist honeybees. But at the same time, the problem of these bees is she's not adapted to the beekeeping. And we are breeders. We breed honeybees. Our job is to produce honey. It's not to help a natural adaptation. Natural selection is not adapted.
Okay, great.
Why does breakfast more efficient than Africanist increase breed production? No. This is one thing very important. The Africanist honeybees probably have the biggest brood production is it possible to see, really. The first time when we come with new strains, they said, this honeybees is not huge, it's not great, because she don't lay a huge amount of brood. The amount of brood is lower, but the honey production is really better. It's just an idea of natural selection. When you live in tropical climates, all the species, the first thing is to survive, and the second is to spread your gene. The Africanist honeybees don't need to have honey reserve, very important, because they live in a climate very, very hot. So she put all this energy into the reproduction. And the other things is the average of swarm increase when the varroa appeared. We have data about that. Before the Africanist honeybees swarms, that's right, but in the same time, she have to keep an amount of honeybees be able to pass the raining season, for example, the wet season. But when the varroa arrive, one strategy of these honeybees is to swarm a lot and to let the varroa inside the brood, and it's a natural way of selection, an adaptation between varroa and the host, the honeybees.
Okay.
I can read if the breakfast less use of honey. That's right. To produce honey, you have two things. You have the first one is the ability of the honeybees to produce the honey, a huge amount of honey, and that's right. The Africanist honeybees be able to produce lots of honey, but at the same time, this is what we call the wintering capabilities. Is when you produce the honey, you have to know you don't need to consume it right now, because if you consume it, you will not have reserve after that. And I know beekeepers knows with the Africanist bees, when the super is full, you have to recover to take the honey right now, because after that you don't know if you will recover the honey. If you have 2 weeks of rain, for example, you will consume all the honey. And you don't have this problem with European honeybees, because European honeybees knows they have, through the natural selection, the idea is maybe they have to waiting for months without recover new flowers. So they need to know they have to keep reserved.
Okay, some good questions there. I'll take, okay, in the question and answer section, Keen Ashby says, in what way does the buckfast, more efficient than the Africanized honeybee, increase brood production? Well, I think we may have answered that one already. So let me just dismiss that one. Paul Shepherd says, I'm rearing bees from swarms. That could be complicated. That could be complicated. Go ahead, Bridge.
It's really a problem for the beekeeping. The beekeeping starts in Europe centuries and centuries and centuries ago. And you know, the whole techniques of beekeeping is you have half of the apiary. Of course, to start, you need to have swarms. You take some swarms in the nature, and you have half of the apiary when you kill the bees, and the other part of the apiary help you to spread and to have new beehives. So the humans select the honeybees with a high swarm behavior because they want to have new beehives. And it's not a good idea because, you know, when in the mind of the bees they want to swarm, they stop the honey production. And in the herd, they just want to swarm. So this is the worst point. This is the hardest point for the bee breeders, for the selectors, for the people who practice selection. And it is very hard to find strength of honeybees who don't want to swarm. But right now, after close to a century of selection, with good techniques and very good genes, you are be able to recover after 2 years your queens inside the beehives, which is completely impossible with native honeybees. They seem to have viral resistance. I think you talk about the Africanist honeybees, and you're completely right. There is lots of scientific article about that. This is one thing very important. I talked about that just before, and one of the way of resistance of the Africanist honeybees is one way of adaptation is the increase of swarming. When you swarm, you let use maybe 80% of the varroa into the brood, and it's just like a natural treatment. And my colleague in French Guiana, before he was with Africanist honeybees, before the varroa arrival, his honeybees swarmed 1 or 2 times per year. Right now, with the varroa, you have an adaptation of the honeybees to the parasite, and his honeybees swarm close to 3 to 5 times per year. You can produce honey. That is why the production decreases, and we have to find a way. But what is right is when we have these new honeybees who swarm less, and the idea is don't swarm at all, of course, you can control it. You have to control the varroa. This is one point very important. That is why the next week we will go to French Guiana to help them to fight against varroa, because I know you don't really need to treat. So lots of beekeepers don't treat in Central America when they have Africanist honeybees, but you have to do that when you have another strains very adapted for the beekeepers.
Okay, great point, great point. Are there any more questions? I don't see any more points. I'm gonna give like 2 more questions. They seem raised. Okay, we've answered that one. Are these true swarms or abscond? Okay, Jonathan Baines asks, are these true swarms or absconding? We don't know because we would have to know the conditions of the hive at the time to answer that question. So we don't have enough data to answer that one. Gladstone, Mr. Solomon in Trinidad says the dominant philosophy in beekeeping seems to be working with your local bees. You are suggesting otherwise in the interest of honey production. Are these views conflicting?
Yeah, that's right. Yes, that's right, and I agree with both. In reality, it depends on where you live. As I said before, when I work in Africa, they have native honeybees adapt to the environment. So I think it's not a good idea to import foreign honeybees because you have a risk of we don't know what. We don't want to test something in the real life. But in America, I say that again. There is no honeybees 3 centuries ago. So what? You start with whatever you want. The Africanist honeybees is not the local bees. She's local since just 20 years. It's nothing at the scale of the life. So why do you want to adapt to these honeybees instead of adapt the honeybees to you? You don't have native bees. The native bees is melipona. So of course we will not spread the melipona from one island to another because you have a risk of competition. but now the honeybees is everywhere in Central America, in the Caribbean. So there is no really competition, or we don't know if there is a competition, but you have an accommodation between the different species of bees, native and honeybees. But there is no rules to say you have to work with Africanist honeybees. She's not natural. It's just a result of a cross between two strengths with the scientist team. You don't need to work during all your life with the bees, which stings a lot and produce not so much. I'm sorry. I know it could be difficult to hear for people, but once again, if you talk with very old beekeepers, ask them what was the situation before the Africanization. That means it was local bee before, and they said, this is great. This is Italian bees, she is very sweet, the production is more important. So why not to move?
Okay, I don't see any more questions. Oh, Gladstone. Okay, let's see that one there. We've answered that one, we've answered that one, we've answered that one. I think it's very important to note, and I wish Dr. Demblewolf was here today with us, because she's very much into pollinators and the preservation of all pollinators, not just the honeybee. And she made a very important point that yesterday, that our native bees, the Meliponas, will be under threat as we increase honey production or the number of honeybee colonies. So one of the things that we need to, some CARICOM or Caribbean organization needs to make is an assessment of really what's the balance between natural pollinators and the imported, I would say the imported species of honeybees for honey production, because psychologically in our minds we are perceiving as the European honeybee as a native species, but biologically the European honeybee is not a native species to the Americas. It's an imported species brought in 300, 400 years ago. So we really need to, if we're really going to be some environmentalists who are, as well as beekeepers, because as beekeepers we have to be in tune with the environment, what is the true effect of having all these thousands of honeybee colonies in our respective islands, and what's happening to our indigenous species of bees, our leafcutter bees, all these the solitary species of bees. Because all these guys are also competing for the same food source. What's happening to our hummingbirds?
Yeah, I really agree with you, Richard. We have no answers to all these questions right now.
Yes.
Nobody. There is no study, or a very small amount of studies.
Yes.
We talk about lots of this type of risk of competition in Europe, but the honeybee comes from Europe. She's native. But in America in general, there is no data, or very small amount of data. In North America, in the US, right?
Yes.
But in Central America, maybe a few amount of studies, but it's just the beginning. But it's right.
I believe I know Lena and the team in Trinidad are doing some work trying to make some assessment of the different varieties of stingless bees in Trinidad and Tobago, as a project that's going to be ongoing from this year, and it's really going to kick off, really get intense in 2021 once the COVID situation gets under control. But there is yes.
One point, in my opinion, we really have a difference between the environments. What I want to say, if you live on an island, for example, the density of honeybee could start to be very important. And when the density is very important, yes, we don't know. We could have a competition with the native and local insects in general.
Yes.
But in another hand, with the example what I know in French Guiana, density of honeybee is very small.
Yes.
Because the number of beekeepers is very small, and this is the opposite. Probably the guy from the other Guyana could talk about that. We have a rubber trigonas and rubber native bees from America, and they sieve the honey into the beehives. It's pretty hard to have some nuke fecundation in French Guiana because there are lots of different insects who hit the honey, who try to take the honey into the small.
Yes.
So it's the same. In other hand, we have the contrary. So that means beekeeping could help other sometimes of melipona could help some melipona to have new resources.
Yes.
And we can do that.
It's a great paper. We've just come up with a great idea for a great paper to be written. Let's see if what time permits us, and if one of us can do that in our lifetime to write that paper, because it sounds like at least 5 or 10 years worth of research, a lot of effort to be put into that. But it's a good idea. Okay, it's 10:01, Dr. Perot, and your time is up. Your time is up. It's been a pleasure. One thing I want to bring to everybody's attention quickly is that we have, before we log out and log into our next session, is we have our afternoon session, which I just created a new afternoon session for us. So the new afternoon session will consist of from 2 o'clock onwards, it will be a short presentation, well, from 1:15 onwards. It'll be a short presentation from the Bellevue Farmers Cooperative on their natural fertilizers and organic pesticide control. We will have a presentation from CAP, one of the largest beekeeping cooperatives in Argentina. They're going to give us a presentation on their work, what they've been doing, and it's something that I think other Caribbean beekeeping organizations in the region can emulate from their work and what they've been doing. We've just got confirmation that Guadeloupe will not be able to make their country paper today, so it will just be Antigua. And then from there on, we will segue into our ACBO AGM, which will be headed by our President, Chairman, Mr. Aubrey Roberts, and he will guide that process as he sees fit. So I'm going to share the link, and I will share the link now in the comment section, and if everybody could just take note of that and pass it around to everybody so that they're aware of this, and I'll keep on sharing this link in every session. All right, so this link is for this afternoon session from 1:15. Okay, we're taking lunch at 12 and we'll resume at 1:15. All right, so that link there will take you to this afternoon session, and we already have links in play for the next session. So we're already 3 minutes late, and I'm sure Mrs. Jennifer Holmes has a busy schedule. So we're going to end this one now. Once again, thank you, Dr. Perot.
Welcome.
Great session, and we're going to swing across. So we'll leave this session and we'll all rejoin in our next session with Jennifer Holmes. Thank you very much, and goodbye.
Bye.
Okay, welcome everybody to our next session with Dr. Jennifer Holmes. And she is here already. Fantastic. I think she's just connecting. Hello. Your camera's on the side, Jennifer. Rotate your camera, please. You're perfect. Gotcha.
Good morning.
Good morning, Jennifer. 1,000,000,000 apologies for being 5 minutes late in joining you. We had a very engaging session with Dr. Poirot, but we are now with you. So we switched across, and we're now in sunny Florida. How is everything this morning with you?
Beautiful. Thank you. So nice to see you. And I haven't had a chance to see if we have some participants. Yes.
We do, and more will be coming soon. I think everybody's switching from the last session to this one.
That's great. So, I've chosen to use the mobile this morning instead of the PC because I have, definitely I want to share, preparations physically with everybody. So we do have a presentation I can send you, Richard, for after, but I have a slide or two that I photographed. I might be able to share the screen on my phone. But either way, we're going to physically prepare some entries for Honey Show.
Fantastic. Great stuff, great stuff. And Josie from India, all the way from India, is just giving me a big thumbs up. So he's online with us with a number of other
Good morning.
participants. So and it's late at night. He's 10 hours ahead of us. So he really wants to dig your show because he's 10 hours ahead. So it's early evening over there.
Great. Well, this is wonderful. I hope every presentation has been enjoyable for everybody, and I'm ready to get started.
Great stuff. Go for it.
Great. Well, good morning to everybody. This is such a fun and exciting topic for me. I absolutely love honey and anything that I can do with the bees. I mean, first and foremost, working with the bees is such a treat. I don't know about you, but during this year, with all the things that have been difficult, like us meeting in person today, to travel, like I enjoy doing. I was hoping to meet Richard and visit with everybody, but I know that opportunity will come. So keeping it positive, we get to go hang out with the bees. And it's a tremendous reset. Nature, the bees, everything that we all have is a gift. So I wish everybody health and happiness more than anything. And thank you for joining me today. I want to share anything I possibly can about the honey products and how to prepare them for a honey show. And I'll explain a little bit about honey shows. Honey shows have a long-standing history of being done, and they've happened in many places of the world. Europe has a very rich history of having honey shows. In England, you may have heard of the National Honey Show. Our International Congress, Appomondia, has a beautiful and very large honey show every 2 years in the host country that the show takes place. And it's a tremendous show. Both of those are amazing to see and witness, even if you don't bring an entry for the show. But after today, I feel confident that you'll have some interest and enthusiasm in taking your products that you make and the bees make and bringing them to a show. So don't be shy. Take some time to enjoy this type of process, because even though some of the shows are very competitive and challenging, imagine if you really enjoy this and getting to the point where you've entered a lot of shows with less difficulty, and then you've worked your way up to a really challenging show and you win an award. In the opening of the Congress, there was great discussion about diversity in products and value-added products from the hive. And one of the nice things is being able to say you've won an award. And that really does add value to your product, and your customers come to recognize your product for quality. So we all know that honey is amazing. And let's just start by talking about the honey shows and how the rooms that they're in are prepared so that these items can be looked at and what the judges are looking for. And I brought a honey show schedule from a prior honey show, and that's what I'm going to work off of. So anyone that's here today that is interested in seeing that, I'm going to try to pull the picture up on my phone briefly just so you can read it. But also we'll send a copy, and I'll ask Richard to make sure anybody that's attended can get a copy. So the first thing is the room where the honey show happens is usually a very well lit room. Natural sunlight is always a beautiful asset for honey. I mean, the clarity and color of honey is just so gorgeous when natural light hits it. So the honey show committees rely on making sure that this room or area where the show is going to take place suits a honey show. So it's usually a draft-free area. It doesn't have a lot of dust or any kind of things that would land on the surface of these products. You know, we've worked really hard to make these entries and get them ready. So they are, the honey show committee is very careful to make sure that they're going to be presented the way that you prepared them. It's very important that they're handled that way. So with that said, when you're going to enter a honey show, the first thing you want to do is get the honey show schedule and have contact with the honey show committee or secretary. They will provide you with the honey show schedule. And what's on the honey show schedule, let me see if I can navigate and show you this real quick in a nice format. So I'm going to share my screen if I may. And yes. So this is a honey show schedule. And what you'll see on the left side is really interesting. It's the title of the show and the date, which is important to stay organized, to know when you're going to be going to the show, when the entries are going to be accepted to be staged for the show. And this is an important thing to know about. You have to definitely comply with this and make sure you're there on time. And we'll talk more about preparing and transportation and all of that shortly. When the show judging, when the show is actually going to start, is there listed. And then the prizes and presentation award ceremony is really nice to attend. It's great to cheer on for all those that have entered, the show staff to thank them and congratulate those that have won. Then underneath, you'll see who's the manager of the show, the secretary, the judges, the stewards, and the referee, and any other staff that would be listed. And that's nice too, because you may know some of those folks, and you may like certain judges. So you may see somebody judging and be like,
Jennifer,
oh, that's really wonderful.
Hi, Jennifer. Just a quick one. Is it possible that you could rotate your phone so that they can get a bigger visual? Does that help,
How's
guys?
that?
Yes, perfect. Much better, because it was coming up very small for the guys.
I can zoom in a little bit too.
No, like you don't. It's good. Good. Put it back how it was originally. You're too big now.
Okay.
Perfect. That's much better. Perfect. Thank you much. Sorry to disturb you. I'm sorry.
Oh, no problem.
Okay.
Anything that's needed to make it better is perfectly fine.
Okay. But
so
that's cool.
This is good information to have, but I'm going to bring some fun points up right now. That's great. You may see somebody over there in that list that's a judge, but if the show is handled properly, if all the entries are brought into the show from outside the showroom and the judges aren't present, the way that entries are prepared, I will have no idea if I'm a judge that it's your honey. And that is a great thing to know, because if it's done right, there is no bias, and all of the honeys are prepared and can be judged without knowing who the entrant is. And if for some reason you make some, like say Richard, he makes a type of candle, and I get to know Richard's candles really well because he has this really fancy candle mold that nobody else has. Well, if I can recognize that candle and I'm a judge, I'm going to excuse myself from the class and not judge it because I would have a bias to knowing the entrant, and that wouldn't be fair. So just do know that these shows on the back end, right, on the show staff and the committee, these are handled very, they should be handled in that way so that it's fair for everybody. So I thought that's interesting to share with you. Then on the right, you'll see the classes. And each class, some shows are very detailed with many classes, and some shows only have several classes. But you'll see the first several classes are all honey. And this is nice to note. And this is where I'm going to break back to the photos, and I'm going to read the classes off as we go through the photos, but I'm going to show you an example physically so we can kind of go through them together. So let's get back to me and change the phone over. Okay. So let's see if I can make this work nicely for you. So what I have here for you are 3 honeys. And the first class,
once again, can you rotate your screen for us, please?
Absolutely.
Thank you, ma'am.
Anything you
Perfect,
need.
perfect, perfect.
Yep.
Thank you.
So let me get, this is always a little bit interesting trying to get this lined up with the phone. Let me get this like this. There's a little bit of a delay, so I apologize about moving so many times.
Okay, cool. All right. We can't see the dark one. We can see the 2 light-colored ones, but the dark, perfect. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, it's in reverse for me. Sorry. A little bit of a fun time trying to get this right here.
Yeah. All right, we're good. We're good. We'll work with it like that. We can't get everything perfect. Good. Wonderful.
So this is a great way to see all 3 colors of honey. So the first class was light amber honey. So this would be the lightest honey that we have here. Oh, sorry. And then in the middle, we have our medium amber honey. And then on the right, we have our dark honey. Now, in order to know the color, you would contact the show and ask what scale they're using, because every show can have a different scale, but there is sort of a general knowledge of light, medium, and dark honey. I don't think any of us would argue that this is a nice light colored honey, okay? But sometimes it gets a little bit confusing from medium to dark. And where dark starts is sometimes closer to medium than you might have seen or recognized, and you might question it yourself. Once the honey is entered in the show, it usually stays in that class. It would be up to the show staff if they're going to decide to move it for you if it's in the incorrect place. And some shows are very strict and they won't move it. So it's really good to get to know the color beforehand, because that's part of your skill set, is the knowledge of where to enter your honey in the show. You'll also notice that we have 3 different glass jars here, and that's a great thing. Now this is up to you as well. Which jar do you think looks like a very high quality glass that's shiny, that's going to catch the eye of the judge and look like a presentation that is been very well done? And you don't have to answer, but it's up to you. It's your choice. But in the show rules, not just the schedule that I shared with you, in the show rules, there will be some notes about what type of glass to use, what packaging in general to use, how much honey should be in the container. And that varies all over the world. But this is a pretty standard type of few jars here. This is the Queen line glass jar, which I think you might notice that the quality of the glass is very good. And getting good quality glass, it can be very challenging. So what I like to tell people when we first meet is, when you buy glass, try if you can, and you can share this with others. If getting glass is difficult or hard on your budget, find a friend or 2 that is also interested in this, and try to buy some glass together and share the glass so that it's not quite as expensive for you to try to have to order so much glass, okay? And if you find glass that's in good condition, hang on to it. You can use it from show to show and store it so that it remains in good condition. So definitely a good tip is, if you find a really good jar, don't let go of it, okay? Because you'll use this for a show and you'll get your honey back after the show in most cases. And in some cases, you'll have an opportunity to leave the honey and it will be auctioned off, and the money would go to support a nonprofit or the organization that started the honey show, or to continue the honey shows. So that's also a neat thing to bring up now, in case you're not only interested in entering, but you're also interested on the other side. You want to promote or have a honey show with your local organization or your state organization. The other thing you'll notice is that the lids are different. So now we have a plastic lid on these 2. This is called a classic jar. These are all 1 pound in weight. And then you'll notice a metal lid here on the Queen line jar. The diameter of the opening on the Queen line jar is just a bit bigger than on the classic jar. Again, this is just a visual difference, plastic versus metal. And the glass, you have a different sloping in the shoulder and the neck. This is more uniform in how it descends down the side of the glass. This one has a little bit more of a taper coming in on the neck. But generally speaking, the glass is a little bit of a better quality on the Queen line. Now we're going to talk about the fill level. This is the fun part, okay? So the fill level on these jars is at the very top of the thread, the seat at the base of where all the threads is. There's one ring around the top of the bottom of the jar at the top of the neck. So there's a series of threads under the cap, and I can take it off to show you. Sorry about that. We've had to make a new way to prop up the phone this morning since I wasn't able to use the, there it is. I think that's got enough weight on it to hold it for a minute. I see it moving, but I'm gonna hang in there. So, this one's good and tight. So I'm just going to point to this here and show you that there's a series of threads running down from the top of the jar here. And this is the one that I was referring to. This is right at the top of the neck, or where the shoulders of the jar runs into the neck, and basically the base of the threads. And you may notice that the level of honey is sitting just at the top of this. This is perfect. This is right where you want the fill level to be. Now, this is a tricky thing to do. It takes a lot of work and patience and slow and careful pouring of honey, especially your thicker honeys. So we'll talk about how to make it easier in a second also, because there are some nice tricks. I hope that's helpful. And I will tell you another great tip. It's almost better for this to be just slightly over full than to be underfilled, okay? So if the judge is looking at these honeys and you've gone just above that line, in many cases in these shows, it would be better to have it just slightly above than to be under. Underfilled is usually pushed to the side if there are many good entries to look at, and a slightly overfilled honey would be judged usually. Now, if there are so many honeys to look at, and there are many that are filled just perfect, both overfilled and underfilled could be left to the side. So please be aware that, you know, the fill level is one of the criteria. So we talked about the glass and picking out your best glass. And one of the things I didn't say was when you view your glass, look at it without honey in it and look for bubbles, wrinkles, any imperfections in the glass making, anything you can find that would cause the honey to show a possible defect that isn't in the honey, but is in fact in the glass, and pick the best glass you can. We, as judges, would definitely excuse glass to a certain degree because it is really hard to get perfect glass nowadays, but please definitely keep that in mind and do your best. Same thing goes for the lid. Now, we talked about plastic versus the metal lid. One of the disadvantages to the metal lid, it's gorgeous. I mean, it has a beautiful presentation, but it really does take a little bit of a nick occasionally. And once that is there, and also a dent, you know, it doesn't have a real flat surface if something has been pushed up against it. And that's really hard to not have as a fault. But one of the things you can do to prevent that is to bring extra lids with you to the show that haven't been used. What you can see on the inside of this lid too is interesting. I want you to know that there's no seal, no type of styrofoam seal or plastic seal sitting on top of the glass. So if the lid that you purchase comes with one, you're gonna wanna remove that before you put it on your jar. And these lids, the plastic lids that sit on these plastic jars, do come with that type of seal. So what we would do is pop that out. This has already been removed because this honey was entered in a honey show. Let's see if this one has one so I can give you an example. If not, I have a lid over here I can show you. This one's been removed too. Let's see if I have one of these. This is a smaller lid for a different type of jar, but just so you're aware, if it has this inner seal, you want to remove it before you seal your jar. because this will leave a lot of glue on top of the glass, and that wouldn't be acceptable to the judge. I'm trying to give you as many tips as I possibly can while we're together today. So we talked about the fill level, and there's something interesting to note about this one. And no, nothing bad to say about anyone. The first time they've entered a show, they may not have ever had a chance to learn or read the rules about the fill or how much honey. But basically, this would be a very underfilled jar. And sometimes we do receive these in the show. And we wish that we had the opportunity, like we all have together today, to have shared that information with the person entering. But please just, I'd use this for an example so you could see that sometimes people will underfill the jar just simply because they're not aware. But I also want you to see that there's a lot of wax, and it may not be super easy to see because of the lighting, but let me see if I can give you just a little bit of an idea. Which way do I need to go? Here we go. You know, you can see quite a bit of wax and sediment is still in this honey. So that was the next thing I wanted to talk to you about, is how to get the honey prepared so that it looks nice and clear and shiny and beautiful like it does in this jar. One of the things that we're lucky enough to have here where I live is warm temperatures, and our honey is fairly high in moisture, which can be good and not so great. It's nice for pouring into a jar, but it's not so great for long-term storage because honey, as you know, and if you don't know, it's fun to share this fact, is hygroscopic. So it can absorb moisture from the air. So if your honey has not been kept capped all the way by the bees and then kept airtight and it has some moisture, after a period of time, that water will start to separate out of the honey and can start to ferment. So one of the things that is a tool for us as beekeepers and working with honey is a refractometer. And this refractometer is a manual refractometer. And basically, we have a lens here where we put a drop of honey and we close this over, and then we look through the scope, and there's a gauge inside that measures the moisture content of honey. So you're specifically using a refractometer that's been designed to measure the moisture in honey. And it can be calibrated. There's a technique to calibrate it using olive oil, and it has a standard moisture content. So there's other ways to do it as well. But these are pretty good. Sometimes judges will calibrate their refractometers together at the beginning of a show in case there's any honey in question. Everybody's equipment is working pretty much within the same range of percentage. Here in Florida, our honey has to remain under 18.5% in order to be saleable. And in some subtropical and tropical environments, honey stays pretty much within that range and higher. And, you know, that can pose a challenge for some of us. So think very carefully about how you want to prepare your honey in order to get ready for a show. One of the things we do is make sure that the honey is fully capped. You may have 1 or 2 cells uncapped, but generally speaking, pick your best frames. It's exciting when you have a lot of honey, but when you're getting ready for a show, you definitely want to use the honey that's going to be prepared and be at its best. So we look for honeys that have tested lower than 18 and hopefully even a little lower than that, that have been capped by the bees. And then we place them under fans in a room that has some dry air. You can use a dehumidifier if you have access to this type of equipment. But believe it or not, simple box fans that you can use to, you know, run some air around your home work just fine. We sit them under these fans with space underneath the supers, the honey supers, and the honey can sometimes dry anywhere from 0.5% to 2% more than it is. And so this is a great way to get the honey drier. But once it's thick like that, it is quite challenging to get in the jar and make look like this. So one of the things we have to do at that point is warm it up just a little bit. And, you know, we can do that with a water bath. So nice warm or hot water in a large container, not on constant heat like on the burner on the stove, but just, you know, in a water bath can really help get your honey, you know, to be a little bit softer and easier to pour and a little bit runnier, but not necessarily wetter. And so at this point, we get the honey to be a little warm. And this is something that we have to do for honey in a honey show. I think honey is beautiful the way it is, the way the bees make it. But for honey show, we want the clearest honey we could possibly get, free of bubbles, free of sediment or any kind of wax or debris. And we literally at this point would take this warm honey and pass it through some sort of filter. What I tend to use is a very good cloth made from cotton, but that has to be washed really well so that the cotton fibers don't end up in the honey. There's lots of really neat little food straining bags that are good for this. Some are made of nylon, but they have a very coarse hole so they don't trap all of the smallest debris. A coffee filter works really nice, but my gosh, it takes forever to run through a coffee filter. And when I say forever, I'm talking like days. So one of the tricks that we have is a pan of warm water in the stove. The stove is off, but the light is on. You know, the bulb will bring a little heat into the oven, which is nice. So the warm water, the honey jars are sitting right in the warm water. And then I have this little like coffee filter sitting in a funnel. So I use a much larger jar than is necessary to strain the honey in, right? And I pour the honey in the filter, in the funnel, and I leave it in the oven. And it takes sometimes 2 or 3 days for all of the honey to come through. And the thing that we want to note about the rules, and we started this earlier, is for each class, like say the first class of honey, H1 was light amber honey. It requires 3 jars. One of the things I haven't even mentioned yet is that all 3 jars need to be identical. So when you're reviewing the glass, you want to pick more than 3 jars. You want to pick 4 or 5 of your best glass jars and lids and have spare lids and keep all those aside. And when you prepare your honey, if you need 3 identical jars, trust me, make 4 or 5 and then pick your 3 best and still bring a spare. These are things that are really going to help you be successful in the honey show. So we talked a lot about picking the right glass, the color of the honey and what's required by the show rules, light, medium, or dark amber honey, how many jars of honey you might need for the show and how it's specified, the lids, not using the seal. And the other thing I want to share with you, besides getting the honey prepared and poured to the proper fill level, is once you get that done, put the cap on, not super tight, and leave the jars to sit for another day or so. So you can see right away that you need quite a bit of time to prepare even 3 jars of honey for a show. We're already about a week in advance of the show. So let's just say 2 to be on the safe side. So if you have a honey show coming up, you could give yourself easily 2 weeks just to get 1 entry of 3 jars ready and have it just perfect for the show. So put the lid on, not super tight, and let that sit for a day or so. And when you get a minute, go back, open the jar, and inspect the surface. And what you can do is put on your trusty readers like I have. I can't see a darn thing without these now. That day has finally come for me, so I'm okay with it now. It was a little tough not too long ago, but I'm good now. But you want to look at the surface of the honey, and you can take a flashlight or the light from your phone or a little headlamp, and you want to look at the surface of the honey and make sure you don't see any foam, bubbles, sediment, or anything. And if you do, you can clean it off. You really can. There's several techniques. One of the techniques that I use is a teaspoon. So you get a teeny little bowl of warm water, and you dip your spoon in, and you take just the very end of your spoon, and you can clean that little bit of honey off that's got that foam or bubbles or sediment, and then put your teaspoon in the water, clean it off with your fingers, wipe it with a towel, and then go at it again if you need to, a few times. That little bit of water on the spoon isn't going to hurt anything. The other thing you can do is take a little bit of saran or cling wrap, plastic wrap. Be careful not to touch the glass too much with it because it can leave a little bit of an impression there, but you can still polish that off with a cloth later. But you lay the plastic right there on the top surface of the honey and then carefully lift it off. And you'll see this magical process where a lot of the bubbles and things that you don't want on the surface will come off with it. And then just be careful to catch it as you lift it because of the dripping honey that may come with it, or you can use a spoon underneath. Here's another thing that is really important with honey. And I know we're spending a lot of time on honey, but in shows, honey really is one of the classes that gets a lot of attention and is very difficult to prepare and show. And I feel like it warrants a lot of sharing of tips and making sure that you're fully prepared. I'd be thrilled if you contact me later on after this and tell me that you've entered a show and that you enjoyed it and that some of the things that we shared today were helpful for you. So one of the things you need to do next is prepare the inside of this glass where the honey is not, so the top level of the honey is here. And when the judge looks in, they're hoping to see this glass clean and not have any residue of honey and not be sticky. And one of the ways you can do that is get that same little bowl of warm water sitting here, and you dip just the end of this little towel. Now this is a, not so pretty cloth towel, but what's nice about it is it's been washed so many times, there's really no fibers that are gonna come off of it when I use it, and it gives the glass a really good polish. But you can take your finger and dip it in that warm water and just gently start going around the inside of this jar to clean that extra honey off. And you'll be surprised how quickly that jar becomes clean and looks nice. The next thing you want to do after you've cleaned the surface and the inside, just inspect the outside threads and make sure they're not sticky also. And if so, repeat the same process and then go ahead and give your lid a good look. This is not a clean lid. It already has honey on it. And the ring itself has a little bit of a stain. So there's like basically a plastic in here that touches the glass that keeps the metal from touching right on top of the glass. And the metal lids have that, but you'll notice the plastic lids do not. So again, make sure you have some nice lids that are clean with no honey, no scratches on the metal that take away the paint. And you can polish them up nice too. And always put the lid on secure, but not overly tight. We don't want the judges to struggle to open the jars. And then from here, you're gonna polish the jar. I know I just mentioned about the cloth. It's seen better days, but it is still cute. It's got bees and a skep hive on it, so I do love it. But you can take a cloth like this, and once your honey is prepared, you can give it a good polish and shine, and you can take your flashlight as you go and make sure that you're removing any fingerprints or lint or anything that may be on the jar. And you can work at this as long as you like until you're satisfied. At that point, you would store this in a nice case or box until you get it to the show. Transportation is definitely a challenge. If you're going to be going by car or by bus or by train or by plane, likely this jar is going to tip or see some sort of vibrations that may bring bubbles into the honey. So wherever your destination is, you may have some preparations to do once you arrive at the show before you hand it off to the show staff to stage in the room for the judges to see it. At that point, that's where your extra lids, your polishing cloth, and please consider a nice pair of gloves. You can wear a plastic nitrile glove, or you can get a nice pair of cloth or nylon or microfiber gloves. If you end up getting cotton gloves, please be aware to wash them a good deal of times until there's absolutely no lint coming off them. More times than I'd like to, I have seen an unfortunate situation where somebody worked really hard on their honey, but at the very last second, wore a pair of gloves that got lint all over the jar. And then sitting on the show bench, the judge was, awed at the beauty of the honey and the preparation and the work that they knew went into it, but was sad because of the lint and maybe smudge marks at times with the jars. So there's one other thing here with the honey that I'm going to show you is this label. So the label is something that you're going to receive when you fill out your entry form with the secretary at the show. And at that time, it will have a number for, this is your entrant number and the class that you're entering in. And you are usually the person that would be putting the label on your jar, usually not the person at the show, but in some shows, the label will be put on by the show staff. So again, you have to find out what the rules and regulations are and follow them. In some of the shows, it's not written in the rules, but there is an accepted placement height from the bottom of the jar where the label would go. It's about 1/2 inch, and we have a little piece of wood that we lay on the table in front of this jar so we can figure out where the 1/2 inch is, but you can just take a ruler. At the very least, you can use your finger or just a quick visual guide, but one definite tip is to make sure that the label is as straight and centered as possible. This will definitely give your products the edge of looking neat and orderly. All 3 jars matching is also nice. So if you're going to be crooked on one jar, be crooked on all 3. I'm just kidding. Do your very best not to have the labels crooked, but you know, see if you can find out what's accepted for this type of show, and then do the best you can with it. So I feel like I've covered a lot with honey, but like I said, I feel like it's a very important class. And I want to note that besides the light, medium, and dark classes, there can be so many others in there, but one of the ones that's important is the novice class. If you've never entered a show before, you may find a class that mentions only 1 jar of honey is required. And the thought behind this is it's a great opportunity for someone who's never done it before. The challenge isn't quite as great to prepare the 1 jar versus the 3. And you'll find shows that are so challenging that the class will require 24 jars. And imagine making 24 identical jars just like this to prepare for show, just how much time and effort it would take, down to the transportation and getting them there to go into the show and be judged. So, and it's quite fun, but it really is, it's a lot of work, but it's really amazing when you can get that accomplished and then see that you've won from all your hard work. I'm turning the screen back so we can shift to another category, but let me know if it doesn't work to have the screen like that. And we're going to start talking a little bit about some of the other classes in the show. So we've covered the light, medium, and dark honey and the novice. And then there's a fun class that is usually just for taste. It's called Black Jar. Not all shows have it, but it's a fun one. Literally take the honey that you enjoy the best. No preparation necessary. There can be a minimum amount required. Sometimes it's 1/2 pound. And here's another tip. You can blend honeys. So you don't have to just put 1 honey in. You can put 3 or 4. This one's just for taste. It's the funnest class. And that one's judged just for taste. It's a great class. Then we start getting into some of the other types of honey. Chunk honey, which is going to be chunk honeycomb. And I've got one here for you to see, and I'll turn the phone in a minute to show it to you better. And then we're going to talk about section comb and creamed honey. So chunk comb honey is a really fun class, and it's really not an easy one. This is a difficult class to enter. I'm going to turn the phone again because I think this is going to give you a much better view of this honeycomb. So the first thing you can see here is this honeycomb. And when you're producing comb honey, you know, the bees are working really hard. Okay, they've got to draw out all this wax for you. And you're likely starting with a frame and asking them to build every aspect of it. You might give them a starter strip. But they're likely going to work the rest of it. So you're going to be working with bees that are really great at drawing out comb quickly on a nectar flow, and a beautiful color wax, nice new wax. And then you'll notice the depth of the cells and the center midline here. So it's a little hard to see. Let me move it. Okay, here we go. This should be a little bit better. You'll notice at the bottom of the jar that the cell depth is a little bit longer, but more equidistant from the center than it is on the top. So here on this side, you'll notice that some of these cells are just a slight bit less deep than some of the others. And so the midline isn't quite equal. When you're doing this one, you're going to take, again, just as we talked about with the honey, you're going to have extra honey ready and extra jars ready. With this, you're going to take your best frame that the bees made, or maybe even two, and you're going to have a template made. So you can take this jar and you can take a nice piece of stiff cardboard and you can measure it to the exact center diameter of the lid. And then what you're going to do is make sure that you can place that cardboard inside, just about touching the sides of the glass, but not completely. Because what you want to have happen here is you want this piece of chunk comb to fill up the jar more than 50%. 50% is the minimum, but if we see something that takes up the majority of the jar from the bottom all the way to the top, and isn't floating in the honey, so once you fill it, you don't want it to be floating from the bottom, then you're going to have something that's really spectacular. Just quickly looking at the face of this comb, I'm going to say that the majority of these cells are capped and not wet. And that's another really nice thing to see with this type of section. So you want to pick something that has been capped all the way and doesn't have any perforated or uncapped cells. So nothing the bees weren't done with, and nothing that has been perforated, nicked, or in the cutting process gotten damaged. You're going to use the same template that you used that measured the inside of the jar and lay it nicely on top of all of the comb that you're going to be cutting. You'll have it laid out on a table, and you're going to take a very sharp knife, which you can get warm if you want. And I use a knife that has a serrated edge, and that you'll be able to use to cut your comb. And once you get a piece that you feel like is going to fit, do yourself a favor and get a few more. First of all, this is the same type of class as the other honey class that we were talking about. More than one jar may be required. It may require 3 jars. So that's a big challenge right there. You want to try to get 3 identical sections of comb in every way, shape, and form. So it can be very difficult to do. I'll show you an example right now of a piece of honeycomb that has some cappings on the bottom. I'll flip it over so you can see it. So now it's on the top. Let's see. Okay. So up here, you'll see that it's more translucent through, and you can see the honey. So where this is nice and opaque and white, this is actually a little bit wet. And we try to avoid that because when we fill it, it remains wet like that. And that would be an inconsistency. So that is something that we look for. We don't want that. And also, the next step for the section and the chunk, the ones that you cut, that you spent so much time measuring and getting the cut just nice and neat, and you looked at the midline and the center was equidistant from each side of the comb, and the cell depths are pretty measured evenly, you want it to drain. So you need a nice little wire rack like you use for baking, for cookies and that. And you're going to leave these sections to drain over a pan for at least a good few hours or longer, because you want that comb to have no bubbles in it. And in the case of a section comb, you don't want what you see here. There's actually a little bit of honey on the bottom. It's kind of hard for me to show you. It's not completely dry. This is a fairly dry piece, but there is honey. So we want this to drain completely. And when we put it in the container that it's going to sit in and go to the show, it will just be wax on the bottom of the container. No honey will have dripped out. So measuring whether you're using the comb container or the chunk comb jar, again, read the rules, find out exactly what size this jar should be. And that'll give you an idea of how to measure the honeycomb. And the same thing goes for the section. And 50% or more of the section in the jar is the minimum. Measuring the height and making sure it goes all the way to the bottom. I talked about how to cut it and the draining, but now I'm going to give you a quick tip on getting this to stay on the bottom of the jar without floating when you fill it with honey. So if you have a nice pan, thick pan, you can put it on the stove and just get it warm, not super hot. And very briefly, you can touch the jar to the pan that's hot, just long enough, and I mean really just a quick second, to get the wax soft and warm, not necessarily melted, because a judge will be able to see if the wax is melted. Apologies, I got a phone call. It's my mom. I'll call her back in a little bit. So we don't want to see that the wax has gotten melted on the bottom of the jar, but it would be nice if it gets soft and warm enough just to stick. And you take it out and let it cool, and then later you're going to go ahead and fill this jar exactly the way you did the other jars, just to the top of that bottom thread underneath the lid. And leave it uncapped for just several minutes and watch all the bubbles rise to the surface. Then slightly cap it and leave it sit for a few hours, and then come back to it later. And guaranteed there's been some bubbles that have had to come to the surface since you filled it. And the level of fill may have gone down a bit because of the air that had to be displaced. And then you go ahead and fill it a little bit more to the proper level. Let it sit a little while longer and come back and inspect the surface. At this time, I'll mention another thing. The honey you fill the jar with should be the honey that's in the section comb or the chunk comb. So you want to use the same honey. So you want it to match and be the same honey. The things that might float to the surface in this are some of the cappings if they were loose. Again, any sediment or debris or bubbles that you need to clear out. And the same handling of the glass and the lid and choosing of glass and getting the honey prepared is important. So although you won't be doing anything to prepare the section to clarify the honey, when you pick your frame, shine a light through it and look for debris. It happens, especially when we're removing these frames from the bees. Use as little smoke as possible when removing honey for show so that you don't incorporate any smell of smoke or any possible accidental soot into the wax, because it'll be picked up both in scent and with your flashlight. So these are great classes. I love the chunk comb honey and the section honey. And for us, it's kind of interesting because we've had some tough years producing honey. And so when I have a chance to produce this, I'm usually quite overjoyed because the last few years it's been really challenging making it. We only have the one citrus crop, so orange blossom has been the only crop we've been able to get some nice comb honey from the last few years. And the one I just showed you was from another beekeeper, a friend of mine. This is a gallberry. This is in the holly family, and it's a delightful honey, and it makes a real nice section comb. So next, I'm going to talk to you about creamed honey. In many parts of the world, creamed or whipped or spun honey is absolutely sought and enjoyed, and right now it's particularly popular. So any opaque honey, you may have some opaque honeys where you live that naturally occur just the way the bees make it, in part due to the composition of the honey, some of the beautiful and small sugar crystals that form when the temperatures drop, even before you remove the frames from the bees. I've heard of some and seen some in places like Hawaii where the honey is creamy and white coming out of the hives. Also in Vermont, sometimes with the colder temperatures, the honey is coming out, and before they're getting spun in the extracting room, the honey is starting to cream up and look a lot like this. I love creamed honey myself, so I always have a lot to share about it, but I want to give you some information to get ready for show. This one's been commercially prepared by a company here in the US, Honey Acres. They've been around for quite a long time, and they do a real nice job making creamed honey. They have some that they've added some flavors to. That's quite popular right now too, creamed honey with additions. But the basic understanding of creamed honey is how to prepare it, that there's a seed or a starter. And the seed or starter can be a honey that you have where you live or that you have to buy from another beekeeper if you don't have the right kind of honey that has that sugar composition that lends itself to being crystallized. And all honey has the ability to crystallize in a colder temperature. Some really don't want to crystallize. They just, we have a few here, Tupelo, the gallberry that I just showed you, and there are some others that year after year remain liquid. Either they contain a lot of enzymes or their sugar composition doesn't have a lot of sucrose and things that lend themselves to forming crystals. The other thing about crystallized or creamed honey is it can be natural or it can be something that you make. So we started talking about how you might have a honey that naturally crystallizes, or you might know somebody that has a honey that naturally crystallizes that you'll use. But if you don't, you would need a starter or seed. And the seed is usually just a certain amount. I will give you a quick recipe. 1 part seed to, 1 part seed to 9 parts liquid honey. So this seed is a honey that's already been crystallized. So this would be adequate. So getting a jar of creamed honey from a company that makes one would be an adequate seed. And another seed is sometimes in the form of fructose in a powder. So some beekeeping supply companies will sell a seed in the form of a powder that you can use. So 1 part seed to 9 parts honey. An easy way that we do this is 1 part of our seed to 1 pound of seed to 9 pounds of honey. So at this time, you would incorporate that seed into your liquid honey, and you blend it very slowly without incorporating a lot of air bubbles. And that can take some time. So we use a little mixer, or you can stir it by hand, whatever suits you and whatever equipment you have available. Anyone can do this for sure. But you definitely want to do this until the beautiful opaqueness and what we would call like a streaking, it's almost like a batter when you're baking, is incorporated completely into the liquid honey that you started with. So that you would no longer see the difference between the two. They would be completely homogenized. And at that time, you could place your honey into jars, whatever size jar that is called for in the class that you're entering for creamed honey and show. A lot of times it's a short jar like this. This one holds 9 ounces. And you want to keep it at a temperature where the honey will start, the sugar crystals will start to grow. 57 degrees Fahrenheit is ideal. So we have a refrigerator that we don't use for food, and we've added a thermostat that can change, a digital thermostat that can change the temperature of the refrigerator. So the compressor will kick on and off anytime it tries to go below. It won't kick on, and it will maintain that 57 degrees. And so we use that as sort of a honey creaming cabinet. There are all kinds of different equipment out there for doing this on a larger scale, but at home you can use something like that. And if you don't have access to it, but weather gets cool for you, you can use an outdoor environment or patio. You might want to put it inside like a cooler or a box to keep it protected from the elements. But you really can do this anywhere. If you live in an environment like us where it's subtropical and it very rarely gets cold, this refrigerator comes in handy. But you can also control the temperature with ice, cold water, or ice packs, or all different types of things that you would like to use, and a thermometer. So simple equipment definitely works. And what you're looking for is a few weeks of time for your honey to set. The word set describes the fact that it's no longer moving. So what happens when you first make it is it resembles honey still. It's still pourable, but it's opaque. And you pour it into the jars that you want it to sit in, and you put it in the 57 degrees Fahrenheit, and a couple weeks goes by, and look what happens. Your honey sets. Now this creamed honey, I've already taken a spoon to and taken a little bit out, because what I wanted to show you is just how well set this honey is. In a honey show, the judges are usually looking for a creamed honey that is set like this, but when they tip the jar, it will start to move just a little bit, the honey. And so this honey is actually a little too set for a show. We want to put that line in there and have it maintain itself like that, but when we tip it, we do want to see it just move slightly. But the other thing that we look for in a show is the texture. So this is a really beautiful honey, and when you eat it, it's very smooth. So the crystals that formed in this honey, excuse me, I forgot this one had jalapenos in it. One of my friends made it, and it's absolutely delicious, but there's no label on it, and so it's got a hot pepper, and that just got me a little bit. Woke me right up. but the crystals that formed are smooth. So when you're choosing the honey and the seed to make your creamed honey, you may have to experiment several times with different batches. So right away, I'm going to encourage you again to make more than you think you need in order to have several jars to enter in the show, because this does take some time to prepare. And then you can taste each one and see which honey with the seed that you chose worked the best. And then write it down. Keep a little notebook so you have some records of the ones that worked well for you. Again, pick the best glass that you have for these jars. And you can use these things over and over again. Once you learn how to make this, people will always ask you for it. It's quite a treat. So that's a lot of information about honey. I'm going to move on to wax, because wax has several classes and also is a very special, hard, and difficult category, but it's another beautiful value-added product from the hive that I think warrants a lot of discussion. So I have just a nice piece of wax to show you here today, and I wish you could smell it. It's a beautiful piece of wax, and it's not from our bees. I do end up getting wax from a lot of beekeepers. I make a lot of candles, and I enjoy the process. It's very relaxing. But this wax has a ton of propolis in it, so it has a delicious aroma right now for me. Where I live in Florida, we don't have a lot of resin-producing trees and species of bees that work with a lot of propolis. So we have some in the northern part of our state, but this is where this came from. So this beekeeper has access to some comb that has a nice amount of propolis in it. So I feel lucky to have this to work with. If you haven't rendered wax before, basically, and I didn't share this earlier, so I'm going to try to remember to share it now when we're talking about the wax. When you are preparing wax for show and rendering wax, the same thing holds true for wax as it does honey. The cappings honey, and if you don't know what cappings honey is, I'll just explain it real quickly. Cappings honey is literally, and this is how some people prepare their honey, and the only way they prepare their honey. So it'll sound very familiar to you if you don't have large equipment to prepare your honey in. Anytime you remove a frame from the bees, like we talked about for the section and comb honey, use as little smoke as possible. Again, so that that aroma doesn't enter the honey, and also we don't leave any ash or soot. But if you are using frames with natural wax, no foundation, or just 100% wax foundation, you may be crushing and straining your honey. And this is definitely the best honey to enter in show. If you're using an extractor, that is amazing honey, what comes out of your extractor. But I would ask you to take the bucket where you cut your cappings off. I manually cut cappings still with a serrated knife. This is just a thing that we've maintained in our practice, even though we do extract a lot of honey annually. We don't have a lot of fancy equipment. We literally use a bucket, and I have a little piece of wood mounted on top for the frame edge to sit on. And we take a nice serrated knife, like a nice bread knife, and we cut each frame open and allow the cappings to fall into a little bag of like a filter bag, and it catches the wax. That honey that drips out of that wax is the cappings honey, and that is the honey that has all this delicious aroma and volatile oils that the plants shared with the bees, and all of the great things that the bees contributed, and the wax. So what was in the hive through the air and through the fatty esters and things that were stored, the propolis. This is the honey that I recommend entering in the show. It's going to have the most beautiful fragrance and not been pushed through the centrifuge where there's a lot of air incorporated and a lot of those fragrances removed. So the cappings wax is the same thing for honey, for wax. So when you're going to be making a wax cake or candles, rendering the wax cappings is also the best way to go. The color of wax is traditionally gold or light yellow. You'll notice the wax I showed you is a little darker, and that's pretty traditional here where I live. We only have the citrus, the same one I mentioned to you before for honeycomb. That is probably the lightest wax that we see throughout the year. I wish I had an example to show you, but we have an invasive species here called Brazilian pepper that was just blooming. and the wax is just like a neon yellow. It's just almost an artificial looking color. I wouldn't dare enter that in the show. The judges are usually looking for that nice light yellow or golden color, not too dark. Usually the darker waxes come from combs that have been sitting in the hive and reused over and over and over again, and possibly had some brood happening within those combs. So do use your cappings wax. I think that's going to be what's successful for you. If you've never rendered wax before, it's as simple as taking 2 pots that you would use on the stove. And these 2 pots would be pots that would be designated for wax for eternity. Once you put wax in them, nothing else is going in them. You'll know once you start working with wax that it's going to get everywhere. So be prepared. Use paper bags, cardboard, whatever you need to lay down in your work area to prevent wax spilling from ruining your kitchen or your work area, unless you are like me and you don't mind the wax too much, because my kitchen has become a place of evidence of candle pouring over the years. You need these 2 pots, and the pots can nest inside one another. So one a little larger, one a little smaller. The larger pot will have water in it, and the smaller pot will have your wax cappings. And there are other ways of processing wax, and I'll tell you, you can use a water method, and I'll tell you how to do that in a second. But basically, you heat the water up to almost boiling, and then turn it down. If it's boiling, it could be too hot, and your wax really should slowly melt. The hotter you do it and the quicker you do it, the more volatiles and fragrances are lost, and the heat itself will also sort of burn the wax. Wax is flammable at about 180 degrees Fahrenheit. So wax, once you start handling wax, it should never be left unattended. Please be very careful when you work with wax. It's hot. Once liquid, you could get burned quite easily. So do it in an area where you have running water, or at least a bucket of cold water, in case you do get wax on yourself and you need to put your skin in cold water immediately, and that will help. But be careful. You can wear gloves. Make sure you're in a good, calm mood and prepared, a nice, stable work surface, and work with little amounts in the beginning so that you're comfortable handling it. Use an oven mitt or something to protect your skin from the heat if you're picking up something like a bowl full of wax. So after you melt your wax cappings the first time and they're liquid, you take a simple bowl, or you can take a container that you've had juice in, something you've drank out of, like you purchase some juice, but make sure you get a nice, dense, hard plastic. Some of the plastic jugs that are more opaque, the plastic just isn't the right kind of plastic, and if you pour hot wax in it, that plastic might melt on you, and the wax might go all over the place, and you could get hurt. So make sure you use a really nice hard plastic. You can find something that you bought, or even a bottle like this honey bottle. This is the right type of plastic. It's not going to melt as easy. If I had a bottle like this that was a little wider, which I do, you can take a knife and you can just cut the top off, okay? And then you've got the bottom for your wax to pour into. And what I use for wax, you can use, again, like a thin towel, a coffee filter, but get it a little bit wet first. And the other thing that you can use is a nylon stocking. So ladies will sometimes wear these little nylon stockings and they sell them at the grocery store, or socks, very thin nylon socks. And what you do is you trim the sock or the stocking and you drape it over the bowl. So you've melted your cappings, and there's going to be a good deal of honey still in here. I let my cappings drain for a long time before I process them. So you want to remove as much honey as possible before you melt them. But there will still be some honey in there. So you melt them down in your pot of water with your second pot that has the wax in there. You bring the water to almost a boil, and then you turn the heat down so it's not overheating the wax. and causing some wax to bubble out or spill. So don't fill your pot all the way up in the beginning with the capping. Start with a little less. The level of wax will be a lot lower after they've had a chance to melt down. At that point, you can add more to it until you get to the desired level. And the first time you render these, you'll be pouring them into the container or bowl with the stocking, and you'll take that stocking out, let the honey and wax drip, and you can place that aside and let this sit and cool for a few hours. And when it does, you'll be able to remove the wax from the top. There will be a nice cake of wax on top, and the honey that was left behind will be underneath. And then you can wash this wax and let it dry, and it's ready for use. So that's a basic technique for preparing your wax. Now you have to decide how you're going to enter your wax in the show. You're going to need to melt it again to pour it into your candle mold. And again, you don't want to overheat it. So you can use the same pot that you used to melt it the first time. You can wash that pot out if there's some honey in there. You don't have to worry tremendously about removing every little bit of wax that's in there, but you can go ahead and melt that down. Use the same exact process. You'll use a nylon stocking, a bowl after it's liquid, and you'll pour it in. But before you get to that stage, make sure you have everything you need prepared for getting ready for pouring candles or a wax block. If you're pouring a wax block, you'll be using something like a cake plate or a pie plate or a container that you made that the wax is going to get poured into. You want to work in a surface area where everything is level and straight. So if you're working with a pan that's this deep and your table is like this, it's going to be taller on one end and a little bit shorter on the other end. So we want to make sure that your table is nice and level. I like to work inside my oven. I don't do a lot of baking, and it's a great place to put these at night when I go to rest for the evening, and my family is also resting for the evening, so there's not a lot of disturbance. It's kind of like the honey. Once you pour these, if there's a lot of disturbance, the evidence will show up on the surface of the wax. So if you're pouring a cake of wax, these little ripples that you see on this candle base will be evidence of the fact that the wax started to cool while there was movement or vibration. It will even show how you poured it. So if you can get the wax nice and warm and liquid and not pour it when it's too hot or starting to set, and you pour it nice and slowly, again, the technique would be to pour it all at one time and not too fast. So if you pour it really fast, you know, the wax is going to sort of like spill out and splash on the surface. If you pour it in a nice even stream, nice and slowly, and fill it to the level it needs to go, it should cool and have a nice clean surface. The other thing that determines the surface is going to be the time that it takes to cool down and set. So you can make it go a little slower by not doing it in a very cold environment. So the oven is nice for that too. Just like we said before for the honey, you can turn the oven light on and it'll keep it just a teeny bit warm in there, and that'll help the wax cool down a little slower. You can also wrap everything nicely in a blankie or a little towel, so you give it like a little insulation, which is nice. Plastic is a horrible conductor for heat. Metal is much better. But if you need to, you can put some towels or blankets in there. If it's candles, the next thing we'll talk about now is candles. Candles are quite tricky. The mold itself is going to help determine how your candle is going to come out. So if you're doing a decorative candle like this, you're going to need to have a mold that you can repeat the process in several times and get the same result. And the crispness of detail is going to be important, and the centering of the wick. So getting this just right takes quite a bit of practice. And again, it's relaxing and fun, but you're going to want to make many extra candles in order to get this right. So if I was to choose to make this type of candle, I would use the same mold and make 4 or 5 of these candles and pick the 3 best ones. I wouldn't buy 3 of the same mold and then use all 3 different, because there could be a slight difference in between this mold and this mold. even though they're the same candle. And that might be apparent to the judge. So that's a really fun tip that I like to share. Use the same mold, even though it's going to be more challenging because you have to repeat the process several times and wait for this candle to cool. It's more likely to be identical. There are other classes too, like tapered candles, where you literally are dipping wick into liquid wax and then hanging it on a rack and then repeating it over and over again. And usually it requires a pair. So the wicking is joined like this. So there's like the top is just like this, a loop. And then this is the first time you dip this, it will help the wick become straight. So when you go to dip it in the second time, it'll start to form a candle. And then you have to have a place for these to hang. That's a good deal of fun making tapered candles. I'd like to, if anybody makes them, I think they're lovely and I would love to see them. I really admire taper candles. It's not something I've spent a lot of time learning how to do yet. And we mentioned just briefly, but I'm going to go ahead and mention it again. Centering the wick in the bottom of the candle is really important. This one is hard to see because I pushed the bottom of the wick down, but let me show you again. This is not centered well. I made this just for fun, and I sell candles, and I'm not anywhere particularly as worried about where the wick is in these candles as I am the ones for show. I do still like them to be quite centered because they actually, one of the reasons why that's a rule in a honey show is because they burn much better that way. The other thing I haven't
sorry,
mentioned
Jennifer.
yet.
Hi, Jennifer. Just want to give you a heads up. It's 11:16, so we have 14 minutes left. Just in case we have people have some. I see one question. So far, I don't see I see a lot of complaints about the screens and the options of screens, but that's nothing to do with you. I see just one question, so hopefully I'm gonna get everybody fired up to start posting their questions online, but we've got 14 minutes left. Just give you a heads up.
I can.
So how far you are, and if you want to leave 5 minutes, do like 5 minutes for Q&A. All right.
Absolutely. I can wrap up wax and I've got mead and then I'm ready for questions.
What? Mead? Okay, well, we should have gone to mead a long time ago, man. We're in the Caribbean.
Right.
You know, we always like our rum. So you should have led with mead.
I'll start with mead next time for sure.
All right, no problem.
So the wicking is really interesting information. You can find a lot of charts online about which wicking to use for which mold, and some of your beekeeping supply companies will actually tell you which wick they recommend for the mold that you're using. The other thing is how much wax goes into each mold, so you have an idea of weight. And if you really want to get precise when you make these candles, which you do for honey shows, you can use a scale. So when you're pouring your wax into your mold, you fire up a little digital scale and the mold is sitting right on top. So that's one way that you can make something identical from one candle to the next. And I think that'll help. Using the proper wick, what you do is you make extra candles and then you go ahead and test burn them. So before they even get to the show, you've taken the time to burn the candle and make sure that it burns properly. You want the candle to light easily for the judge. So you have the wick cut about a ½ inch from the top. You give it just a teeny little bend on the wick here like this, and you make extra, and you go ahead and light one and let it sit for a while and watch it burn. You want the flame to be a nice size, not too big, not too small or to go out. And you want to see the candle burn down evenly. So that's it for wax for now, because we want to have a minute for mead. Mead is the same as the rest of the classes. I particularly love mead. I could have talked about mead the whole time and nothing else, so we could do that another time, hopefully. But you're going to choose the bottles that are the right size for the class. If you're making mead or honey wine, I'm already your friend because I love mead so much. You should come reach out and say hello about mead another time. I love to talk about mead. I make all kinds of mead, and I hope you do too. But entering mead in the shows are great fun. Again, find your best glass, the size bottle that you need, and make sure to find out what type of cork they're requiring. This is just a simple tea cork, which is the type of cork that is good for when you've already opened a bottle that has a standard cork, and it's easy for the judge to get off. And many shows do require these tea corks, but some will require a traditional cork or a screw top lid. So be sure to read the rules and bring extra of everything, just in case you have an accident or an issue and you get there and you're polishing your bottle and you see just a little smidge of something inside and you want to get it out. You can uncork it and put a new cork in there. Okay. So the same as everything else we talked about. If you're going to have mead ready for show, it's just like honey. You want to have extra. So imagine this is full all the way to the top, and it's a big bottle, and you need to make 3 bottles. And the thing with mead is after you've made it and it has a chance to sit on the bottom, there's going to be some sediment. There always is. So you want to choose the mead that's the clearest. And you can also pass it through a filter like we talked about before for the honey and the wax, to make sure it's clear, and then shine a light through it again to make sure it's not got any sediment. And do yourself a favor and smell and taste each mead that you're using, because it's very easy to open a bottle and trust that it's okay, and then find out after you've brought it to show that it wasn't. It had some must or some other issue, even though it was your best mead. Maybe just that one bottle had a problem. When you're pouring mead for show, you want to introduce as little air as possible into the mead. So usually when I'm doing this, I have a setup in the kitchen or the area I'm doing it where this bottle can rest, or you can have someone help you. And I like to rest it on its side, because what I'm trying to do is incorporate as little air as possible. You can use a funnel, but if you're pouring with a funnel, make sure that there's not a tightness between the neck of the funnel and the bottle. If there's just a little bit of air movement around the outside, it's going to help. Otherwise, you're going to create lots of bubbles going in. So one way to do this is to use a bright light and a flashlight, but you can really see that there's not a lot of air. You might drip all over the place, but there's not a lot of air going in when the mead is touching the glass all the way through the entire pour. And again, pour sort of slow and steady. Not the easiest thing to do after a couple shots of espresso or a second morning coffee. But now I just got to the point where there's sediment in this bottle. So we'll imagine that I had enough to fill up the entire bottle. But I just want to show you how clear, it's not the easiest to see, but just how clear you can get this. And when they shine a flashlight through there to judge it, you'll be able to see the beautiful color and the fact that it doesn't have any sediment or anything in there. So I hope this was very helpful. And if you have questions, I'll turn my phone back upright and pay attention to the chat and the questions briefly. Let's see. All right. Thank you so much. And Richard, if you want to help with the questions, or you want me to just check the chat or the questions,
you can go ahead. You go ahead. You've done a great job.
So I have a question here. It says, good day. Hi, Levon. Are there judging competitions for stingless bees and honey, and what are the criteria? Thank you. I'm from Trinidad and Tobago. This is such a great question. Honey shows are developing all over the world, and I think stingless bees are amazing. I've only had a little bit of time to meet some wonderful people. When I went to Slow Food International, their event in Italy every 2 years, Terra Madre, they had done a tremendous job of pairing up beekeepers. And I met a wonderful woman from Peru who works with stingless bees. You can contact me after this, and I'll share the people I know that have stingless bees if you'd like to meet with them also and talk about their honeys and their bees. And I met another from Brazil, and and Africa as well, and I tried all of the honeys. They tend to be high moisture, so I notice a lot of people will keep airlocks on that honey so they can off-gas, because they will tend to try to ferment. I think there should be shows in regards to the products from stingless bees and other species of pollinators, but I haven't yet found out about one. So I think it's a great question. I would love to see that. If you do form a show, and you need any help, you're welcome to reach out to me. And if there's anything I can do to help you, or I can connect you with others that might know a way to do this, I'd be happy to.
That's just to add on to that. That's a great opportunity for the folks in the Trinidad and Tobago Beekeeping Association and the Tobago Beekeeping Association, alongside, you know, our organization founder, Mr. Gladstone Solomon. He's a avid stingless beekeeper. So, I mean, these are opportunities that we can create and we can look at for, you know, in the coming future. This whole event, 10th CBC, is all about galvanizing new ideas and new opportunities for the future. So, you know, definitely, I think it's something we should look at. Unfortunately, we don't have stingless bees anymore in St. Lucia. They killed them all off. So if they had stingless bees here, I'd be the first to include them in a competition. But I would say this, I say this on almost good authority, that we will definitely be having our competition, our first honey show competition, to coincide with the Knowledge Fair series in February of next year, 2021, and God willing, fund permitting, that Miss Jennifer Holmes, and COVID permitting, I should say, she will be hopefully in St. Lucia to judge that competition. But I might get shot by Mr. Romulus by making false. He might say, Mr. Romulus, well, Richard, thank you for paying for the ticket and the accommodation after making that statement. But let's see if we can get you down to St. Lucia next year, February, for Independence, and so that you can judge our inaugural honey show competition here in St. Lucia in 2021. You know, the rebirth and the regrowth of honey production and the concept of honey. You know, it's more than just honey. It's, you know, just not honey in a 750 ml bottle. It's more to it than that. And I think that's the message we've been trying to bring across here in this Congress. So, see you soon.
That's great. Richard, can I just answer the other few questions real quick?
Go ahead. I see they're coming fast and furious now.
Yeah, so, you know, I hope all this information I shared was providing a lot of extra detail, and I know it's a lot of talking, but I do have a presentation. I can share some slides after the fact with you, Richard, and you can share them among anyone in the future. It doesn't matter, just these participants, anywhere. You are welcome to contact me about honey shows and preparing products for show. It's something I enjoy. One question came in about siphoning the mead. Yes, absolutely, you can use a siphon. If you're using a tube for siphoning, just make sure the tube runs to the bottom of the glass bottle you're trying to siphon into. Again, this is just a great way to keep from introducing a lot of air into the mead, which will just knock some volatile oils out, and it'll increase the start of oxidation, but it's not the end of the day if you do that. So always just do your best, but try to have fun with each of these things. I know I talked about a lot of sort of strictness and heaviness, and honestly, it really should be a great joy to be part of a competition and showcase your products. And so first and foremost, you should be happy and it should be a joy. But if you really enjoy the competitiveness of this type of show, it can get quite intense, and I just wanted to provide you like as much detail as I possibly could to be prepared, but by no means would I want it to like deter or take away from somebody who feels like they want to try. So there is something in there for everyone. Really do it. Take a chance and have a good time with it. And if you're not sure, it's okay. Don't be worried. It'll come in time, the answer. A lot of people are friendly, like we are beekeepers with one another. We want to help each other. So that's something I'll continue to offer to you. And I think other than providing the presentation and talking a little bit about the mead, we may have covered the questions, except for Richard. Do you know if the show will be open to other countries other than the Caribbean?
At this time, it will just open to St. Lucia because you're not allowed to bring honey products from outside of honey into St. Lucia. But we may ask for a special dispensation from the veterinary department to have these honeys in special circulation, special storage and to be handled specially at the show and then could be destroyed afterwards, or repatriated to the person to go back to their country of origin with their honey. But it's something that we would logistically need to look at because of the restrictions on island. But let's see what happens. It's a discussion we would need to have with the veterinary department and the Ministry of Agriculture.
That's a great point, Richard, because each country has their own regulations and requirements in regard to honey. And some of the shows, like Appomondia, the honey was shipped in. The entries were shipped in from all over the world. So there's a lot of leeway and understanding by the judges and the staff that the honeys had been put through shipping and transportation, and a lot of the things we discussed that were important would be put aside because there's absolutely no way to have a clean lid or no bubbles or you know, there's so many things that can happen. So yeah, rules and regulations regarding importation and shipment of honey from other countries. If that's the case, I would encourage you to try to have a show where you are, as small as it may be, with your local associations or your state associations or national associations. Just get the ball rolling. If you don't have rules to work with or classes, contact myself. I can send you something you can use and give you a hand. Great. I see Monique Johnson says, thank you so much for this presentation. We need a whole day dedicated to this type of topic. Creamed honey and beeswax in particular may have properties and processes unique to the Caribbean that would be interesting to discuss and document. We'd also have to like to talk about propolis. So yeah, it seems that we'll have to have a mini congress just and dedicate it all to Jennifer. Great. That sounds so fun. Yeah, but definitely, I think our president has some ideas of what he's going to do for 2021, and we'll probably have maybe quarterly Congress meetings or half yearly, or I'm not quite sure. The details are unclear to me at this time, but definitely there'll be more activities using the internet, using these types of platforms to bring us all as beekeepers together. And one thing I'd like us all to note, especially a comment that was made, I can't remember which presentation, but they were talking about beekeepers being very secretive. And I want everybody to note that our international presenters from France, from America, from all over the world, everybody's been free to share their knowledge, free to share their information, because information kept in your head is of no use to anybody, because when you die or pass on, that information dies with you. All right, so it's very important that we share our knowledge, share our information, and come out of this very cliquish beekeeping behavior we have in the Caribbean, and to be more proactive and share knowledge and share information. Because if you don't share, you cannot grow. All right, let's go on. Rishma Sankar, do you have virtual sessions on value-added products? I believe that's the same. We've kind of touched on that. I think we probably will try it. If you follow the newsletter, we will try to add links in our newsletter to all of Jennifer's presentations that she has on YouTube. Anybody in the studio want to make a comment? So I saw somebody's hand up. Nope. Okay. Any special tips on infusions? Infusions are wonderful. I use a lot of dried herbs and additions. Fresh can sometimes be used. Again, just watch the moisture content. Low heat, if any, sometimes just steeping is helpful for a good deal of time. Our infusions will sit anywhere from weeks to months, depending on what it is. Sometimes very resinous or powerful herbs like lavender would be a good example. The perfume is quite intense, so just be mindful of how much you're using. Start with a small amount, like say 1 part of the herb for 10 parts of honey, similar to the creamed honey, and see if that imparts the flavor you're looking for. If not, you can add more. Same thing with mead. If you're making mead, if you're going to change the flavor, you can do so after you've made it. You can do it, long after, and start with a little, because it's easier to add than take away. But I think infused honeys are tremendous. If you're processing wax capping, when does the propolis get into it? So the propolis would be part of the wax as the bees brought it in and utilized it. So, you know, it's an aromatic, so it's quite strong, even if most of the propolis is used in cracks and seals. It's so fragrant, it almost always ends up in the cappings to some degree. Some more than others, depending on the species of bee and the type of plants they have access to. Again, it'll be down to our choice what products we want to use based on the color and aroma. If it was highly propolized in fragrance, I might not use it, or I might add another wax that was a little milder or more floral in fragrance just to counter some of that propolis, where the judge will say, oh, I smell propolis, but it's not so overpowering, but I also smell the floral fragrance. So you have you can blend things and really change it if you need to.
Great. Okay, would this not be an oil infusion? What can you suggest? Cold vs hot infusion for honey, which is best?
I say somewhere in the middle. Warm is good. You can do cold. I wouldn't go hot. Hot will change the honey. And it will, you know, the flavor will be detected if it's been heated. So I would stick with cold or warm.
Okay, and one last comment. Jason says, certainly I'm looking forward to see more. That's a lot for your kind of content. So Jason wants to see a lot more of this kind of content.
Great.
And, you know, one of the good things that what we've tried to do is to try to produce we'll try to produce a lot of Caribbean content, content from the Caribbean. So, you know, as we develop and we learn the skills, we learn to do candle making to international standard, we learn to process mead. I know the guys in Trinidad and the guys in Guyana produce a lot of mead. You know, so it's an opportunity for them to videotape their skills, how they do the mead, and share that with the rest of the world. The internet it gives you that ability to do that. So one of the things, I think 2021, as Caribbean beekeepers, we should dedicate it to making a lot more online content from the Caribbean, because there's hardly any Caribbean online content when it comes to beekeeping. You get beekeeping, you get from Australia, you can get from England, you get from America, you get from France, you get everywhere in the world, except for there's very little Caribbean content. So we really need to start building that repertoire of Caribbean content online, so beekeepers around the world can hear our voice and hear what our views are on beekeeping and what our contribution is to the sector. Okay, before we wrap up, I'm just gonna, a little bit of housekeeping. I'm going to post the link to this afternoon session again. So this is kind of impromptu. This afternoon session will be a presentation from the Bellevue Farmers Cooperative, quick 15 minutes on the booklet we shared yesterday. Mr. Herman's going to do a quick presentation. Thank you very much, technical team. Mr. Herman's going to do a quick presentation. We will have a presentation from CAP of Argentina. That's the biggest beekeeping cooperative in Argentina, maybe possibly the biggest beekeeping cooperative in the world. Who knows? But they're massive, and they've got lots of information they want to share with us. Maybe they can help us. We have one country presentation outstanding from Antigua. So I think Mr. Brent is going to post that, and then we also will slip into Agbo AGM, and I approximately think that will start at probably around about 2:40 p.m. All right, so lots of people requesting information. I see Jennifer's posting a lot of stuff online, which is fantastic. All right, so on this note, I'm going to ask everybody, we're going to sign off. We'll take a short break. We'll run some commercials for those of you watching us on YouTube and on Facebook. And then we will resume with our panel discussion on our roundtable panel discussion on making the apiculture sector more attractive to investment. And part of that, we will have on board Mr. Ali Kajim of the Trinidad and Tobago Agri-Bank. We'll have Mr. Gavin Francis of the St. Lucia Development Bank, and we will have some input from beekeepers. I think Josie Lewis from India will be joining us, along with Mr. Gladstone Stollerman, Trinidad and Tobago, and our president, Mr. Aubrey Roberts, should be present also for that presentation, for that roundtable discussion, and yours truly will always be there just to keep the peace. So on that note, I would like to say thank you and not goodbye. We will see each other on the other side of 11:45. Thanks once again. Jennifer, you've been a star, a stellar star.
Thanks, everybody.
All right, really appreciate your contribution. Let's give a round of applause, guys.
Great fun. Keep sharing with one another.
And be warned, watch your email box. I'll be emailing you soon for us to have another specific webinar very soon on making some Xmas mead or something of that nature. But great stuff. Thank you once again, Jennifer. Bye-bye.
We interrupt our regularly scheduled program to bring you this. Boy B, this country's last known surviving honeybee, was critically injured today and is fighting for his survival.
Details remain sketchy as to which of the many factors is responsible for the decline of the bee population and has contributed to this latest incident. This decline is a worldwide phenomenon. Natural disasters such as hurricanes can destroy the natural habitat of the bees and also affect their sources of food. Also, diseases such as the deadly viral mites have all played their part. However, the most deadly factors include the indiscriminate use of chemicals such as pesticides and insecticides, which have proven to be the primary cause of the decline in the population of bees.
Beekeepers and scientists continue to investigate the occurrence of colony collapse disorder. In this disorder, honeybees suddenly disappear from their hives and do not return. The result is a collapse of the bee colony of that hive.
The decline or disappearance of the honeybees and the consequent decrease in pollination has already resulted in less food production and thus an increase in food prices and higher food importation. As a result, our diet too has changed. No more fresh fruits and vegetables. The impact on our health and well-being has been dire. Baila via mushamela. Give life to the honeybee.
By la vie pour ces mouchamela. Give life to the honey.
We trust and pray that Boy B will be revived. By la vie à mouche à miel. Give life to the honeybee. A nous venir ensemble pour protéger mouche à miel. Ça c'est affaire nous toutes, c'est mamaila.
This message brought to you by Acme Generation with further assistance from Jeff SGP URBP.
Hello, everyone. Listen to this. I'm feeling a lot better, thank you. Do you know a healthy honeybee population is maintained by using natural honeycombs, barring up beehives, and eliminating the use of pesticides, especially in and around apiaries? Please, don't kill our drones. Don't you know that they are needed for reproduction? To help us, you can grow bee-friendly plants. Stop destroying our habitats and create a honeybee water garden. Do you know that all of this will help us to thrive? These actions will ensure that the health of humankind will continue through the consumption of fruits, vegetables, and other flora. Can you imagine a world without fruits? Oh, I can't. I know. Let's make an agreement now. As bees, we promise to pollinate. And as humans, you can promise not to destroy us. Let us all agree to work together to protect the environment and to ensure that our future is not compromised. À nous venir sans pour protéger mon champ miel. Ça c'est affaire nous toutes ces mamaïla.
This message brought to you by Acme Generation with further assistance from Jeff SGP URBP.
Plagued by this late bug, so we're 5 minutes late, but I see Mr. Vincent Boland, Managing Director of Solution Development Bank, is with us. Mr. Ali Kajim is with us from AgriBank Trinidad and Tobago. I see Mr. Gladstone Solomon. I see Mr. Jose Lewis, all the way from India, and my brother Gladstone, brother Solo, all the way from that beautiful sunny island of Tobago, man. So, without further ado, I know we've got some high-powered gentlemen, and I'm not going to keep time back, and I'm waiting for people to log on, because I know they're going to log on. First, the concept of the panel, or the discussion was, our subject of interest is making the apiculture sector more attractive for investment. This is something that has been baffling for us beekeepers to really attract investment in our sector at affordable rates. We're dealing with livestock, and a type of livestock that is very different to the traditional fields of livestock, such as poultry and ducks and goats and pigs and cows. Apiculture is I would suggest apiculture is almost a science, more than an agricultural activity. And one of the best results from that good science or good husbandry is honey production. So if you don't practice good husbandry, you will get poor results. And bees are very unforgiving. And unlike a cow or a sheep or a pig, where you can just pick up and run from the pen, the bee, if you don't treat your bees right, they'll pick up and they'll fly away, and you won't see them again. So without further ado, I would like to first start, if I may, Mr. Boland, if I could just get your feedback on the agriculture sector in St. Lucia, and then you may want to zoom in on apiculture and where you think that your organization could bring apiculture forward. I know you and your team have been listening into some of the presentations that we've made during the course of the week, and you know, maybe you, based upon seeing some of the interesting presentations, scientific papers that have been presented, that will give you a little more flexibility to invest in the apiculture sector. So, Mr. Boland, please, let me hand the floor over to you. You can unmute your mic and you can proceed.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for having us, the St. Lucia Development Bank. We are extremely pleased to be a part of this great event that you've put on. We have been following. I had a little trouble trying to get onto it this morning, but you know, that's okay. We did have our agriculture specialist earmarked to make a presentation to you today. Unfortunately, he is not well and is not able to join us. So in his place, I've come up. I'm not sure if you're seeing my screen. It looks like my SLDB is back to front at my end. I hope it's not like that for you. Anyway, so be the case. So yeah, we like I said, we're extremely pleased to be a part of the conference and the discussion on how to facilitate persons in this particular sector accessing financing. And if you allow me to share my screen with you, I wanted to be able to speak to persons, you know, on the call and who are at the center listening in about what the St. Lucia Development Bank has available to persons within the sector. We have recently conducted and completed our strategic plan. And in doing so, we have recognized that as a development bank, and as most of the development banks in the world, they are making sure that we are aligning our strategic objectives with the Sustainable Development Goals. And the Sustainable Development Goals, as most of you would know, focuses on, you know, no poverty, looks at, you know, hunger, it looks at climate change, it looks at all aspects of our daily lives and seeing how best we can make the improvements. But also, another key objective for the St. Lucia Development Bank is the transition to the green economy. A green economy is not possible without bees. We know that bees are center to a lot of the activities that have to take place in the agriculture sector. And therefore, you know, the initiative of you having a further and in-depth discussion on it in all, you know, all aspects, the downstream products that can be produced and the impact on the research papers that you have shared will all, I think, argue well for the expansion of this particular industry. And so therefore the Development Bank, I mean, we have always had a focus on supporting the agriculture sector. And in particular, we're, you know, this morning here to talk about how we can assist in the apiculture sector. So if you allow me to share my screen, let me just see. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can, sir. We can see your screen perfectly.
Brilliant. So ideally, the St. Lucia Development Bank, we have been provided with a facility that has come from the World Bank, and in particular from the Climate Investment Fund. And the funding is specifically called the Climate Adaptation Financing Facility. And we think that it will suit the farmers, it will suit the persons who are investing in the agriculture industry, primarily because one, it provides some better rates, it provides terms, but also it allows us to look closely at how the industry operates. And let me explain. You know, most people, when they go to the banks, they end up having what I refer to as a vanilla loan, meaning that your loan is basic. Here's the principal amount that you have to repay, here's your monthly installments, and off you go. But for persons in the agriculture sector, obviously that is not how their business operates, how their business cycle operates. And you know, it's something that we have created models for. In fact, I had a discussion with our consultant, Dr. Felix Jaria, this morning. And you know, he is somebody who has developed what we call production and financing packages for us in the agriculture sector. He's the former director of agriculture here in St. Lucia. And he had come up with a number of packages. And I highlighted to him that he didn't actually create one for us to use in the bee farming, the apiculture industry. And it's something that we're going to look at very closely. But all of our models actually can be used very similar for this particular industry. So if I just give you a little background, the bank was reestablished in 2009, having been around since 1979, but it then got merged with a commercial bank. And then there was a realization that that's not the best approach for us in St. Lucia. The dynamics of a development bank are different to that of a commercial bank. And we are actually serving a sector of the market that, when you look at the overall financial sphere, would be considered a broken sector of the market, meaning that persons who are interested in accessing financing are finding it difficult to do so under the normal parameters of commercial banking terms. And therefore, you get those disgruntled persons that say, from the farmers, that says, oh, I can't access financing, I'm having difficulty to do so. But for instance, in our portfolio, we have a number of farmers who are quite happy with how we understand their business and how we take the time to be able to facilitate them in the things that they do. So the bank was, re-established. It's wholly owned by the government. Our mandate is to mobilize, and provide financing for the expansion of economic development. And well, as a secondary, we are also to foster the development of our capital markets, which, in time to come, we will see that playing greater emphasis, particularly when I think that there's a need now to have mega farms, have, different aspects of even the apiculture, of having persons, a wider cross-section of persons being attracted to this industry. St. Lucia, uniquely placed, like the rest of the Caribbean, our temperate, our warm climate, suitable for agriculture that we have had traditional, and also for beekeeping. Albeit that, as your video showed earlier, persons have to be aware that we are susceptible to a number of effects of climate change, but also we are susceptible to the use, or the improper use, I should say, of various fertilizers and pesticides and so on. And, you know, we have had instances where persons who, in fact, one person who had approached us to be able to undertake his own bee farm, he, you know, had to be told, well, you are actually too close to a particular farm or particular, you know, land, that persons were using a pesticide that would have been harmful to the cultivation of his bees. And therefore, we had to tell him, listen, he had to find a more suitable place. But we are also, as I indicated, impacted annually by a hurricane season, which, you know, causes all of the effects that all of us know only too well: heavy rainfall. Even recently, we saw some rainfall that was above average and caused flooding in places that, yes, they are prone to flooding, but, you know, we didn't get the impression that the rain was so heavy to cause that. We are also impacted by certain periods of high drought, higher sea temperatures and levels, and just an increase in temperatures overall. You know, and all of these are things that we know impact on the ability to produce the finest honey and the other products that I listened to that seem to be, you know, extremely attractive as investors. If persons had to be able to looking at it and say, well, all right, if you use it for some of the culture that I saw that Mr. Matthias and his team highlighted on the opening, these are things that, you know, any investor would be excited about. But what financing is available? Well, with us, we have what we call the Climate Adaptation Financing Facility. We recently repurposed it to assist persons with COVID, but primarily it is geared towards providing assistance to persons, particularly in the agriculture sector, to be able to access the funding. The funding came through as a component of the Disaster Vulnerability Risk Reduction Project funded by the World Bank. It was provided to us by way of a loan, and it is accessible not only, as I said, to the agriculture sector, but to households and firms and community groups for investments and all livelihood activities that support climate change, resilience, and adaptation. And when we say that, what do we mean by those things? Well, it's available, as I indicated, to all of these various sectors at attractive rates, but more so tailored to the needs of the persons who are going to be able to access it. For the agriculture sector, the facility provides lending from $2,700 up to $100,000 at terms of not more than 10 years, and the rates range from 5.5 to 7.5%. And when we look closely at what it can assist with, we know that, you know, as we saw a while ago, where your animation indicated that persons should create an environment that's, you know, attractive for the bees to be able to allow them to thrive, we are seeing that there's a need for water holding facilities, there's a need for rainwater harvesting, and even for some proper irrigation to take place for persons to be able to facilitate the bees and their expansion. Obviously, we do have the facility for other areas that persons may need. The farmer himself may need to do some home improvements in terms of his guttering, retaining walls, and just to be able to ensure that he prepares his entire property for the harvesting of the bees. We have seen where, for instance, there's a need for soil stabilization, just to ensure that you can create the environment that will allow the bees to thrive. In terms of the program, yes, our normal lending collateral and terms and conditions will apply. For instance, what we have done and is key is that we have been able to utilize and get the World Bank to agree to utilize a guarantor. meaning that persons who may not own their land, they may not have the ability to have that landowner share access to the land via a charge of some sort in terms of collateral. We are now asking up to $40,000 for a loan for persons to just have a guarantor. So again, this is something that we are saying that will facilitate the easier expansion of credit. We do recognize that persons are utilizing properties that may not be theirs, but a simple letter indicating that you have permission to use that land and coming with a guarantor will allow you to access up to $40,000. Most of the time, we would require a simple business plan just to indicate so we could understand what it is that the project entails. And if I share with you some information, let me just unshare this screen and to show you, for instance, some of the things that we have done and in another project that sort of captures what I'm speaking about in the facilitation. So if you just allow me 1 second, stop sharing here, and then to reshare on this side. Let me see, right, and then to reshare here. Right, so persons can see my new screen?
Yes, we can, sir.
All right, so this here was really done for just a normal sort of agriculture project that took into consideration crop production. And what we were able to do was to identify what the total cost of the production was. And based on that total cost, we then were able to break it down into what the requirements of the individual was, and further break it down so that we could have seen, you know, how that person is expected to pay or expected to utilize the funds. And this is key because we know that your production cycle is different to the normal repayment cycle. And therefore, we have to normally, we would wait to the end of that production cycle where you actually yield the various products that's coming out of your beehives, be it the honey, be it the comb, be it the new medicinal sort of properties that have been identified. These things take time to actually get to the point of the end beneficiary to the market. And we know that, so for instance, when you have your need to set up your farms, to be able to have your land preparation, to be able to put down all of the things. Yes, this may talk directly to persons who are in the farming, but it is similarly applicable to the persons within the apiculture industry. And once we have identified all of the items that go into it, which that's why we have a specialist on board. So he then is able to tell you, well, hold on, you must make sure you have the containers to be able to capture the product. You must be able to know how you're getting from the farm to your market, the transportation cost, the insurance, all of these things have to be taken into account. That we then now say, okay, this is the total cost of your project, $55,000, or it could be less or more, that you now have to incur. But we do understand what the repayment cycle is going to be like. We applaud, when the associations are engaging entities like Massey, who, almost sort of give a guarantee that they will take the product. Because as you know, a bank's two biggest things is getting the loan out and making sure it gets paid. And, so having suppliers or persons who are going to take the product, confirming that, yes, we will be, whatever this is produced, we will be able to take. It means that it allows us to set a payment cycle that will suit the individual needs of each of the persons in this sector. So that's why I wanted to be able to share that information with you, where we have developed, Dr. Jaria is going to develop one similar for the apiculture industry, where we could identify the risk, how we mitigate against those, the things that need to be done. So persons, most of you on this call are what I would refer to as subject matter experts. And these persons, may not be, sometimes you're preaching to the choir, but at the same time, there will be persons who will be attracted to this industry and business, particularly given the great work that is being done by Mr. Matthias and his association and all of the members on the ground. We will start to see, once persons realize that there is funding, once they realize that there is support from the financial sector, we see them as being attracted to this particular industry. I will reshare where I was on my, hold on, no. Where I was in terms of the presentation, just to be able to indicate that, we do have the ability to look closely at some of the requirements that you would have to prepare, which is fairly simple in terms of, yes, we want to be able to understand how you have been generating your revenue or what your revenue potential would be. Some of these, when they say a job letter, obviously would not necessarily pertain to the entrepreneur who is doing the bee cultivation, but it does make reference to that for persons who are interested, who may have a job and want to get into this for the first time. Just an example, for instance, depending on the size of loan that you take, if you took it for 5 years, these would be what your repayments tend to look like for this particular size of facility that persons can take on. We have brochures that we've conducted a number of events which have taken us through a number of areas and speaking to persons to be able to share the information. And we are absolutely delighted that you all have given us the opportunity to come and share with you this afternoon. Well, it's just still in the afternoon. So I thank you, and I'll take any questions that you may have now.
Thank you, Mr. Boland. That's a great input. It obviously sounds that the bank is doing great things, and especially for the apiculturists, that they can obviously learn, how to move forward. I mean, this is great news. 5%, it's not bad. 5% is good. It's good. 5.5. Oh, sorry, I've been corrected. 5.5% is good.
5.5.
Yeah, 5. That sounds tricky. 5.5 to stay alive. But yeah, 5.5 is good. I mean, it's still a touch and go number for the agriculture sector, but it's still a very good number. It's a very good number, and I think the terms are very favorable. What you've presented. I wonder if we should do questions. Yep, we got a question. Microphone right there.
Yes, Mr. Boland. Beekeeping can be very nice some years and very dodgy other years. I'm speaking in terms of climate change. A few years ago, the climate was so, unpredictable. We had a really, really, really dry season and all flowers dried up. Another year with a very wet season and the honey production was very little. In the event someone takes a loan, what guarantees the bank has in terms of if the sales or the production isn't what it's supposed to be? Is there some kind of insurance to shield the borrower or something like this?
That's an excellent question. It's an area that we are looking at very closely to see how we can have that sort of insurance in place. When we did look at it in the first round, it's, the parametric type of insurance was coming out of our friends at, I think it's CICRIS, the Caribbean Insurance Catastrophe Fund, I think it's called. But yeah, that was expensive. So we are looking at other avenues to be able to be in a position to support this. And it's, it's a discussion that we're having with a number of individuals to see how best we can have that product available. The thing is that the development bank does try and see how best we can work with individuals, knowing that, the industry is susceptible to a number of these types of risks. I know it may not answer your question directly because, we presently don't have a particular insurance that covers it, but we are in direct talks with our friends at the World Bank, who they say they have those types of insurances in other regions, and they are looking to see how best they can share that information with us to be able to have the insurance made available to persons in, within the sectors.
I'm not sure if you were speaking to the same situation. I know there is another institution that's across the road from you that do offer some kind of crop insurance, or it's based. I think it's based upon the weather conditions, climate conditions. So, if there's too much rainfalls if rain falls above a certain level, they do give out a small payout per hive. And I think if there's a certain drought conditions, they do give out a certain payment against the number of hives you have. But I'm not too clear on the details if it's a similar situation you're speaking of, but I know that there's an institution that does offer that facility.
Sure. I mean, we would be happy to speak to them as well. Like I said, the ones that we have spoken to, the cost was prohibitive. When we looked at it and we said, well, how do we introduce this to a particular farmer or the agricultural person? It means that it becomes a higher cost. As indicated, any person operating within the agri sector, there is that higher element of risk. And normally, risk is normally priced into the interest rates that you would be getting. As you can see, our rates have not necessarily reflected that level of risk that can be associated. What we are saying is that if you look closely at your business, and that's why, for instance, with this business recovery program that we are running with the government, the key to it is looking at your business continuity plan. And people say, well, a business continuity plan is really if you're going to have a hurricane or if you have a fire. Well, not really. It's looking at all the risks that may impact your business.
Definitely.
And if you are in bee cultivation and you have, the impact of a drought, you have an impact of a pest or, other things, you have to say, how do I mitigate against it?
Definitely.
Our facility looks directly at that and says, well, all right, we know that one of the key areas that you may have issues with is drought. And therefore, have you catered to ensure that you have sufficient water supply on your property at all times?
Yes.
And how do you do that? Well, you start off by having the rainwater harvesting system. You have the water holding facilities. All of these are financed under our particular financing facility that we have. And, we try to make the terms sufficiently flexible to allow for your production, for the yield to achieve the earnings and the time within. Because I can't tell you to start paying your loan within a month or 2 months of you starting your business. That's just not practical. We have to understand the cycle that you have. And that's why, greater collaborations, and I applaud Mr. Matthias for this, because he invited us to hear from you, to understand the cycle. And the closer we get to you as the persons involved in the industry, it means that we now can try to see how we can tweak our products, our financing facilities to facilitate you.
Great.
As I said, we are, meeting a need within a sector that the other institutions find difficulty too, because they apply their strict commercial terms, and we allow for some flexibility in this area.
Fantastic. I would like to, if we don't have any more questions in-house, I would like to quickly skip across or head south to Mr. Ali Kajim.
Ali Kajim. I had a fun time in secondary school.
To allow him to give us some insight from a Trinidad and Tobago perspective, and so we can have a regional picture. And then I would maybe I know we have 1 or 2 donor facilities that are either in the house or listening online. that they could come in and give some interventions. And we've also got Mr. Lewis in India, who may have some perspective on how it's done in India, and also Mr. Solomon in Tobago. So, sir, please go ahead.
Thank you. Just a question to Richard. How much time do I have?
Is that a trick question?
All right, so let me jump straight into it, right? So I'm just going to my presentation quickly here for you guys, right?
Go ahead.
So ADB is a parastatal agency. So we were formed by an Act of Parliament in 1968. Actually, ADB has been around for over 100 years, and in this present form is over 50 years. Our Act of Parliament basically says that we have to encourage and foster development of the agricultural and commercial fishing industries with and industries connected within. All right. Well, I don't want to get into the depressing part of the presentation, which is all the challenges facing agriculture. So how ADB lends? Now, with any bank, we look at the credit fundamentals. Apiculture in particular in Trinidad is a heavily regulated industry. So we look at the character, more or less the character of the customer. Character has to do with the borrower's integrity. How human beings are creatures of habit, and how you borrow from other agencies will more or less dictate how you borrow from the bank. Capacity, the project's ability to sustain the cash flow, capability, capital, conditions, collateral. Now, we purposely have these 6 C's in the ranking of order. And the first one is the most important one for us at the bank, ADB. The last one is usually the collateral, and usually persons believe that they have to have collateral. You need collateral is the pinnacle or the main pillar of getting credit from ADB, and that is not so. It's the 6 C's that we look at. Now, with respect to the bank itself and the paradigm that we have here in Trinidad and Tobago, with respect to agriculture financing, ADB, we have the biggest market share here. It's over 60%. And in terms of ADB's approvals, we finance for all agricultural commodities related within. So our most popular or most demanded in terms of loans, in terms of sector, is food crop, and then we have agricultural services thereafter. Now, who can access ADB's financing? So you have to be a citizen of Trinidad and Tobago, or company that's registered in Trinidad and Tobago, and cooperatives as well too are able to access financing as well through us. So ADB's lending policy is usually 80-20, where the loans, we finance 80% of the project cost. Similarly to the St. Lucia Development Bank, normal lending criteria, 2 forms of ID, ability to verify your address, proof of contribution to collateral and project. Now, the 20% financing that is required from the customers, that is what we consider contribution. And the 80% financing that we do, that is the part that part of the total cost is what we look at in terms of collateral, and that is negotiated with the branch. Now, as I open in my presentation, we lend for everything. So if it is that you want to establish a project, you want to expand a project, you want to purchase property, purchase equipment, infrastructure works, even land purchase, we do financing for that. Training, certification, R&D, training. So here's a comparison in terms of how our loans are in comparison to other banks in Trinidad and Tobago. And what I want to draw to the participants' attention is that ADB, in terms of the interest that is collected from us, is almost half what in comparison to the commercial banks. And just like my colleague in St. Lucia, our interest rates are subsidized by government. So it's a government policy that provide subsidized interest rates to farmers. Now, this is a snapshot of the product suite that we have. We have the first loan package that we have is called a New Reality loan. Now, this is our most popular loan package because this particular package tailor-makes to the specific needs of the project. We try not to do commodity-specific loan packages because we'll end up having over 100 different loan packages. And the New Reality loan, because of how flexible the loan package allows us to manipulate for each personal customer, it is the most popular loan product. And you know, as with any project, you have to consider the timeline in terms of implementation. So we have something called a moratorium period, which is a period of time where you pay the interest on your loan. And what it is that we look at is the cash flow and when timing of the cash flow is. So to probably, let's say for like the apiculture project, you need 3 months to start, we'll buy boxes, get your hive going and start to, let's say 3 to 6 months, let's say 3 to 6 months, to start to get honey production. We factor that into our loans. Similarly, for other commodities like vegetables, root crops, those different commodities that we do financing for. Repayment mode is also matched to the specific type of project. So we have monthly, with the cash flow can accommodate monthly installments. We do that quarterly or half yearly. The second most popular loan package is, of course, is the vehicle package loan. We have our ADB secure loan, which is a loan that we specifically made to, specifically designed to mitigate the risk of perennial larceny. So if it is that you want to buy security cameras, lighting, energizing your estates, even personal security for your own, for yourself and your family, this particular loan package caters for that. We have the dairy grow loan. So that is something a collaboration with Nestle. We have Sea Shore loan, which is specifically for fishermen. Revolving a loan account, which is like a overdraft facility. We have school caterers loan. The school feeding program, the caterers that are attached to this program, we have designed a specific loan for them. The disaster relief loan, certificate of security, and investment products we have as well too. So just like a bank, we have loans that hit your capital or your balance sheet side of the business. We have loans that hit your profit and loss, which is a cash flow. We provide services as well too, which is considered like your savings and investment accounts here. All right. Now, in response to COVID-19, we relaunched our loan called the New Reality Boost. It's basically a loan up to $20,000 for new persons with existing projects and persons who are existing or past borrowers with us is up to $100,000. This particular loan is an unsecured loan. All right, so one of the things at ADB we do as well too is that we have cost of production models. Now we have cost of production models for over 106 different commodities. All right, now what the cost of production model, actually I'm the person who who assists in terms of updating the model. The model is a budgeting or a planning tool for farmers. It helps us in terms of the bank understanding the loan request and understanding what the cost to implement the project will be. And actually, our cost of production models are available for sale, $75 per model, and our models are updated annually. So we have here the crops, 55 different crops, right, from oil vegetables, the root crops, cereals, legumes, seasonings. We have corn, the tree crops as well, avocado, mango, pawpaw, coconuts as well we have here. And livestock, first on the list here is apiary. pigs, rabbits, you name it, we have it here. Now, one of the things that we do as well too is that we go out to the rural parts of the Trinidad and Tobago, because we realize that a lot of persons are sometimes intimidated by the institution or in our bank, you know, and we go to meet them on their grounds. So we go all over Trinidad and Tobago we go. Right. So that's more or less my take on terms of how the bank, how we do what we do here.
Thank you, sir. Great information for all our beekeepers in Trinidad and Tobago. I see Chief Apiculturist, Mr. Hayden Sinanan, is logged in, so I'm sure he will relay this information on to his beekeepers on his travels, if he hasn't already done so or hasn't been appraised. What I would like us to do now, or Mr. Boland, you would like to add something? You would like to cut across?
Sorry, yeah, just I think Mr. Ali Kajim, he took down his contact details too fast. I wanted to, just in case I have to get in touch with him. He has some exciting things.
Thank you. I will direct message you in the chat.
In the chat.
Okay. Yeah.
Brilliant. Thank you.
All right. See, we're bringing bankers together. See, the apiculture is the invisible web that brings all your food supply, all kinds of people together. So you see, we're even bringing bankers together. You know, what more can you want from us, man? All right, you know. So, all right. So, what I would like to do now is I would like to get. I have some. What I would like to call marquee beekeepers, some of the marquee beekeepers within the region and globally, part of this session, and I've got some of them are participants outside of the panelist group who are more than welcome to interject. I know I hope Mr. Sinanan is ready to fire, got a few questions to fire up, and I see my good buddy in Ghana, Ravi Rajkumar is there, so I hope Raji has some good questions to fire off. Mr. Solomon, based on what you've heard, both in St. Lucia and in your home territory of Trinidad and Tobago, what are your thoughts?
All right. Well, thanks for the opportunity, and good day, everyone. It's a pleasure to be, presenting at our first Caribbean or virtual Congress. Let me acknowledge that the Caribbean beekeeping community in our congresses in the past, we have always sought to collaborate with a lot of the regional institutions. I have here with me proceedings from the first Congress, which was in 1998. And here we had presentations from ICA, and I'm going to give some credits here, no offense intended, but more acknowledgements. ICA has definitely been the regional beekeeping long-standing partners over the years, right? But we've had the FAO, we've had the CARICOM community, we've had various institutions, we have had CADI, we have had the Agricultural Development Banks, all doing presentations on the subject. And since I'm on that, I'm going to ask Ali to communicate. You recognize this, which is the ADB's calendar, and I have been making overtures to your PRO, Ms. Dixon, to have a beekeeping picture placed on it, right? We were too late for this year, she told me, but I've been trying that since last year. So
actually, I am part of the team in terms of the calendar, so to Mr. Gladstone, so definitely we try to get something in for you next year.
All right, thank you very much. All right, so let's move in. The subject is making apiculture more attractive to investment. And I mean, that's fine and good. I'm going to use, as the chairman indicated, on the ground, what I call a practical approach. Because I also need to acknowledge that I got into beekeeping in 1982 with a loan of $5,000 from the ADB. And with that, I was able to buy an extractor and some frames and so on. I'm still using that extractor up till now. All right, and I've had rollover loans with the ADB, so I know the institutions work. I know they are well-intended, and I think they provide an effective and meaningful service to the industry. But my concern is more what I can call transitioning the non-beekeeper or the person who is interested in beekeeping into beekeeping, right? We can call it effective development if we want. And I think this perspective maybe can fill a breach. I'm acknowledging that the institutions do their part in supporting. Now, so let's perhaps categorize beekeepers into categories. We have the hobbyists, right? Could be a professional, could be somebody who's just interested in bees. They're not too concerned with sales, revenue, production levels, and the data that we exposed in the last couple of days. They're just fascinated by bees and they want to have bees. In fact, I think in the UK you have the highest percentage of the beekeeping community there would be what you could describe as hobbyists, people with 1, 2, 3 colonies, literally in the backyard. The numbers add up, right? So I'm saying that's one group. In the Caribbean, and more so, let me zero in on Trinidad and Tobago, we have, I think, in the main part-time commercial beekeepers. I was one of them. I started in that regard working. You're doing beekeeping as a sideline to supplement your income. And then you have the full-time beekeepers, right? So when we speak of making the industry more attractive to investment, I'm thinking that once you use the term investment, you're looking at returns on investment. And I'm saying the hobbyist, that's the last of his consideration. Hobbyist doesn't mind really if he didn't get any honey that year. Once his bees are alive and flying, and maybe he gets a sting or two, he or she, then there's some measure of contentment there. So I'm rolling back, as I indicated, to amend the topic somewhat to treat with the effective transition. And I think our need from the sector is how do we get more persons actively involved in beekeeping? And we have data shared with us on the number of persons trained, 400 or 500 persons trained. In Trinidad and Tobago, we do a lot of training programs. We do a lot in Tobago, and I always ask, how many of those persons trained, would have gone into beekeeping? And I think that's where the disconnect is. So I'm saying a lot of consideration should be placed at the level, and we need to do that. We need to sort of target or approach the development of beekeeping in the Caribbean from the perspective of targeting what I call the different categories of beekeepers. So starting with the hobbyists, and I'm going to give you, some anecdotal references. I was chatting with, a lawyer recently, and the person was saying, just tired here, and this person was about to retire. They sort of filled with treating with persons matters, personal cases. And their concern was, hey, doing something relaxing. They asked me about beekeeping. I just want to mind bees. Doesn't matter to them. You get significant numbers of persons with that line of thinking. They're going to impact beekeeping. They're not going to buy because they're going to be producing, and they would share with their friends. So I'm saying that's a strategy to expand the industry. And so we're looking at specific messaging to the different, what I call, segments within the beekeeping sector. Similarly, with part-timers, I indicated I was one, and I've been able to convince several persons over years who themselves were employed. I put it this way: when I go out to work, my bees go out to work too, as well, right? So you have a workforce, and when I'm suggesting here is that we need to craft messages to different subsectors of the population, and I'm talking of the non-beekeeping population, with a view to converting, transitioning them. The hardcore or full-time commercial beekeeper would perhaps start off being a part-timer, or there are 1 or 2 persons I know who would have gone into it from a full-time perspective, and they would have done the research, they would have been sufficiently motivated to getting. So I'm underscoring the need for specific strategies targeting the different segments, and I think we need to be, to the extent that we could, selective in training programs. I'm just giving it straight here. I'm thinking that too many training programs end up being just that, training programs. So you have a training program, it's funded by an institution. It's good to say we train 30 people, right? And maybe you get 10% who would have converted. I've known instances right here in Tobago where there were actually no conversion, you know? So how do we address that? Is it that we do some initial screening, that we share, we give some insight? You know, the argument could very well be that the person who is trained this year may get into beekeeping 5 years down the road.
Okay, Mr. Solomon, sorry to interrupt you, cut across you. Remember, we've only got actually 18 minutes left for this segment, and we have to, unless we wanna, we'll have a working lunch. But I want to just let some of our other participants, panelists, cut in. Who do you wish to throw that question at, Mr. You gonna throw that to Mr. Ali Kajim, or are you throwing that just to anyone to answer?
Well, I'm merely putting that on the table and suggesting that from a development perspective, we should pay some attention to how we approach it. I'm saying the institutions, as far as I'm aware, the banks and so on, they have the facility, but perhaps those who are involved in the project formulation should pay some attention perhaps to the transition into the conversion of beekeepers to the beekeeping community. In other words, how to be effective.
Okay, that's a great point. Anybody would like to take up that subject matter, or we should move on to something, or should I pose a question to somebody? Anybody wants to take up that one?
So maybe I can jump in. From the perspective of St. Lucia. We have seen the need to be able to create an environment where the packages are available, you know, because persons, they walk around saying, oh, there's nothing for the youth, there's nothing for this one. Right now with COVID in St. Lucia, the impact was tremendous, or is tremendous, because we are a tourist destination, and everything evolves or revolves around our tourism product. But persons now are unemployed, they're looking for something to do, and it's really now to find the avenue where we make it available and expose them. So I hear Mr. Solomon's plea, and it's something that, you know, we are thinking of what mechanisms to create that sort of interest where somebody can see. And I don't know, maybe, you know, this is a godsend for us, because we were thinking of maybe reinventing the wheel, whereas, you know, somebody like Mr. Ali Kajim has indicated that, you know, they have the models, they have the different, you know, tools that I was looking to see if I could have created a poster for each production package that we have. We have developed 7, and it's something that, you know, if we could have had a one sort of snapshot, I could get that out on our web page. I can get that out in schools, get it out to everybody who needs to access it. And if it is that we have to do it for, you know, for the bee industry, then more power, because I believe people will be attracted. People want to have a backyard garden. I may say, boy, I don't mind bees. I can keep, you know, have them, and he now will see his whole area start to flourish, because the bees will be encouraged to, with the cross-pollination and everything that takes place. So yeah, it's an excellent idea and observation.
Fantastic. I would just like to add one thing, and Mr. Romulus' hand up. I think that one of the greatest drawbacks that prevents beekeepers from accessing financing, other than land tenure, other than having the initial seed capital, is proper records, record keeping. Banks want to see a track record. They want to see what your production level has been for the last 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. They want to see some essence of, well, they don't want to hear, well, I produced 10 gallons or 50 gallons. Let me see your invoices. Yeah. Let me see who your customers are. That's what a bank wants to see. And I think a lot of us beekeepers are missing that point. It's a business, all right? And it's, and banks want to see a track record. And I think that's what both Mr. Boland and Mr. Ali Akram has been trying to put across. They want to see a track record, they want to see some consistency, and they want to see where you come from or where you hope to get to. And then through that information, they can help you plot the chart to get to where you wish to get to. Because they not only have access to money, they have access to resources, technical expertise, business management expertise, marketing expertise. So there's a lot of functions that reside within the bank that can assist a small business person to get to the next level, but you need to come with the information, and you should not try to be daunted by a banker asking you these questions. I'm going to quickly slide across to Mr. Romulus. He wants to make a contribution. And also, and we've got Mr. Mr. Sinanan is also online to make a couple questions. So I see already we're going to run over time. But let's let Mr. Romulus go first, and then Mr. Hayden afterwards, and then I'm sure the exchange will happen naturally, free flowing.
Thank you, Richard. Thank you, colleagues, and good presentation, members of the panel. I'm thinking that the time has come for the donor community like myself, the Jeff UNDP Small Grants Program, that has done significant work since 2012 to bring the apiculture up to a moment where the private sector can take over. I think there's a time for us to begin to meet a meeting of the minds, Boland. I really think if we're looking at sustainable development of our respective country, and our colleague in Trinidad, there's a small grants program there as well, and there are other donor agencies down there. Perhaps we need to sit down and see how we look at the long range, the value chain. How do we take somebody from, let's say, 0.0 times 0, T0, to say T10? And maybe for the first 5 years, T5, it may well be grant funding. But the important thing is that there is a slow transition, and weaning them out of the addictive grant making, grant making that can happen, and let the private sector over time take over, and therefore have a growth and evolution of the industry over time. So that's just one point. Perhaps we can do that in our respective countries. The next point, I think, is Mr. Smalls talking about target strategic communications. We have a way of just putting out blanket communications out there. And, whichever fish it catch, that's fine. The time has come where we have to target our communications to the cohort we want to affect, or to the group of people we want to change their mind. And that calls for specialities, specific training in communications, where you know the conditions and the psychology of the industry, and therefore you design a program to fit that specific cohort. So these are 2 points I want to say. We really need to start to sit down, the private sector and the donor community. And we in the UNDP, UN system, would be happy to facilitate that kind of dialogue to begin to understand how we work and how we can help each other, and at the same time help our country people and build up capacity for long-range development and so on. Okay, thank you. Richard is gone. Anybody want to respond perhaps to that?
Okay, since Richard is gone, maybe may I take the opportunity?
Of course, go ahead. Let's create a discussion now. Richard has been interviewed by the government service outside, so it might take him about 5 minutes or so.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So, first of all, what you said, Mr. Romulus, basically covered quite a lot of what I wanted to to add, but I'll go directly to Mr. Ali Kajim. Years ago, we had, well, ADB had the honey money loan home. I don't know if you know about it. I don't know if you remember that. And on that honey money loan, we would have had, I believe ADB was using the collateral of the bee boxes and whatever else they would have purchased from your loans as collateral. Now it is very prohibitive for the budding beekeeper, for the startup beekeeper, to have collateral because of the land tenure issue. So if it is that for a startup beekeeper, or even for an existing one, the collateral can be used based on his enterprise, as was before, I believe, I think it would make it more accepting. And ADB, of course, will have a lot more interaction with the beekeeper on the ground. I hope that that could be taken forward. What is also important is if that ADB can also look at not only honey production, because we have a thing about beekeeping that once you talk about beekeeping, we're talking about honey production. So instead of looking at apiculture as a honey production unit, we look at it as a science of beekeeping and look in all the areas of development, all the downstream industries that a farmer, especially in the time of this COVID and losing jobs and so on, could go into production, because we do have a lot of beekeepers that produce very, very good woodenware, very, very good bee suits and veils and so on that we use here in the field. If ADB can look at funding that sort of thing using the collateral of beekeeping. Yeah. So let me address Mr. Solomon. Solo, good to see you again. Nice to hear you. I know you're always for the industry. As far as the training goes, yes, we have done quite a lot of training, and yes, beekeepers do come in after a while. But from the ministry's perspective, our mandate really is to train through extension. So it would be difficult for us, or I guess for any ministry, to handpick participants. We would just have to do the training and maybe figure out ways afterwards on how we can move them forward. What I extend to people who have come into my training programs, as long as you have an interest, then we work with you on the ground. Get started, we show you how to get started, we get a supply of bees, whatever it takes, have you set up, and we work with you as part of extension training in the field to make things move forward. So yes, people have to be trained, people are going to come in and to the training programs and not get started, but that's one of the ways that we do get people going. Okay, thank you.
Okay, I want to comment on one of the points you made about, one of the things we're trying to do in St. Lucia is look at the entire value chain, not only the backward linkages, but the forward linkages as well. And as you go up the value chain, the value for output increases significantly. 1 gram of apitoxin, $80 US. 1 bottle of honey, $70 EC, which is about 40 or whatever. I'm saying that we in the Caribbean have to look at the entire value chain and determine how we move up that value chain, develop our capacity and control it. I think we have a valuable industry that we should not allow to be run on the traditional cotton, sugar, banana, even tourism models we have. And that is what apiculture as a science, as you correctly said, is given to us. We have the University of West Indies and we have other organizations in the Caribbean that are willing to do the research and innovation. And countries like St. Lucia have declared a decade of research and innovation. And that is why I'm saying we need to think of new models of financing. Let us look at the grant agencies as well. We bring a lot of money to the table in terms of, and maybe that's what we need to do. Invest in the formative stages of those groups. Get the collateral, get them trained, get them, and then transition. Or maybe let the private sector deal with the marketing concept, helping us to maybe identify the niches or so. So let's sit down and discuss how we can form a seamless transition from time zero, T0 to T20, and let's see how we can work together and come up with new models. Because I suspect the models that we have here are models that you all have just tinkered a bit based on the old classical models. And I'm thinking, in this post-COVID period, we need new models that are relevant to our history and context and our culture. And that is what I'm talking about. And therefore, as a member of the UN system, we are willing to sit down and we're going to fund the dialogue. And I'm putting it on the table, Mr. Boland, be careful. I'm coming after you just now. Boland is my friend, don't worry.
I wanted to fund the models to buy it from the ADB so I can get Atul to send it for me so I can roll it out for solutions as well.
We give Atul 2 weeks vacation in St. Lucia and you bring in the model first.
Well, there you go.
Could we get Jose in, please? Could we get Jose to make his contribution?
I'm back, guys. Sorry about that. I was doing a few other things, but I'm back. I've been listening to the contribution. We've just opened the mic for Dr. Shada Mahaber. Can she hear me? Can she hear us? Sorry? I'm sorry? Oh, she's not in the room. She left the room. Okay, she left a couple of comments. When training programs are not effective, it means that the persons lack training in softer skills like monitoring and evaluation, implementation, etc. Mentoring by persons or organizations with these softer skills is one possible solution. So, I mean, Dr. Mahaber has given an answer there to some of the reasons why some of these training programs are not working. I missed Mr. Hayden Sinanan's contribution because I was outside doing an interview, but I'm sure he had some great stuff, so I will not touch on, he's probably touched on his points. Another point from Dr. Mahaber, many times successful models do not share the experience because they are too busy implementing their models. For example, fora like this offer opportunities for experience to share with less or so. Okay, I'm not sure what she meant there, and she made one final point. I agree with Richard. However, it's not just banks that we want to see the statistics and reporting base of monitoring and evaluation. These are important functions Richard mentioned that are not provided to organizations such as a project manager, stakeholder manager, marketing, etc. So I think she kind of concurs with some of the stuff we said there. We're right, real tight on time.
Richard, Jose hasn't presented.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I'm going to say Jose. Where's Jose? Let's get some input from Jose. All the way from India. Jose, unmute your mic, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Thank you, everyone. Gladstone, I'm very happy to see you here because I missed seeing you the other day. Good evening from India. It is quite late here, but it is such a pleasant experience and such a pleasant thing to interact with you all. And I would, without wasting time, I would like to discuss a few things. I was listening very carefully about Mr. Vincent's presentation and Kajim's presentation. It is interesting, to see and understand what a banker will look into a business. Of course, definitely, when you look into businesses, you would like to invest in businesses which make profits. And I happen to look at apiculture models, business models, successful models, and failed models in India. I would like to share a few points here which may be applicable to all of us across the world. In my opinion, an excellent beekeeper may not be a good businessman. So we are passionate beekeepers, and we may not be able to, we may be able to sense the climate around, but we may not be able to sense the business environment around us. So a good beekeeper needs a lot of business advice also. If you're, I mean, my advice from my limited experience, my advice to anybody who's entering into apiculture you should do a preliminary study, what I call as a situation analysis of the area where you are doing business or apiculture. What are the environment variables? What are the experience of people who are doing apiculture in the past in that area? Learn from these people instead of taking a loan or making an investment and getting into apiculture all of a sudden. You need to understand the market, you need to understand the locality, you need to understand the environmental variables, favorable conditions, unfavorable factors in that area before you getting into apiculture business. Another thing which I noticed is that once you enter into a successful business model, a lot of people in your town comes and have a look at you. Oh, you got 40 beehives, and then there is a calculation. How much honey you get? Oh, in India we use Epicerana, produce about 6 to 8 kilograms of honey. I'll say I get about 8 kilograms of honey per hive. And then there is a mental calculation going on. Oh, 40 hives into 8 kilograms of honey into X amount. That's a lot of money which you are making, putting these bee boxes. And then there is an interesting beekeeper who will want to invest in a dozen boxes and start beekeeping. He may not succeed. So we need to understand, we need to develop the skill set first and then enter into this business. Instead of, just somebody else is doing and somebody else is doing successfully, we should not, ask people to enter into beekeeping. Especially during this COVID time, a lot of people are calling up and asking, can you help us to do beekeeping? I tell people that, wait, get 1 hive or 2 hives and test yourself whether you are a beekeeper or not. So that's another problem. 1 string, 2 strings, many beekeepers abandon their beekeeping and go. So that's it, that's the end of your beekeeping. Another thing which I looked at is a participatory, a community-based model. The boxes, the hives, the colony, everything is owned by a set of people, not an individual. So that, if one of them fails, then the other people can pitch in. For example, if we have a dozen beekeepers who are owning about 50 hives each, and one of them fails because of some reason, the boxes don't go waste, the colonies don't go waste, it can be given to other beekeepers. So if somebody wants to get out or pull out of it. Because otherwise what happens is that, all the 50 boxes may get spoiled, the colonies will die, and nobody will benefit from that. So if you have a community model of ownership. I worked with a corporate who wanted to support beekeeping, and the model was that all the bee boxes were owned by the company, and whomever is doing good beekeeping were given more boxes, more opportunities. Whomever was not doing good, the boxes were taken back and invested in, probably they were following what was written in Bible. So it was a smart model that nobody is failing. If somebody is failing, it is benefited to others. So we have to look at participatory smart models of beekeeping. Then of course, your initial investments, how to minimize your initial investments. Suppose if you want to start beekeeping project, make a 5-year plan, then ensure that you build your boxes or source your boxes locally. Logistics cost you a lot of money. If you're buying boxes from a faraway supplier, and then transportation cost you a lot. Can you find local wood, local carpenter, and get your boxes manufactured locally? In my experience, I used to buy boxes from a different state earlier. When I found a local timber mill and started manufacturing my boxes locally, boxes costed me half the price. And also we ensured that the boxes are, the wood is treated or the boxes are nicely painted, 2 coats of paint. So these things ensured that your capital stays for a long time. Solomon, I really appreciate you for that. You told that 1982 extractor is being used by you even now. That is how you look after your capital investment. So you have to have long-lasting boxes and long-lasting. So that's a lot of attention has to be given into smart investments. So someone has to look into these things. Well, another thing is, I always tell people that if you want to start beekeeping, learn from elders. Go back to the village beekeepers or honey hunters, sit with them, understand what kind of bees are there and what kind of yield which they get and what kind of problems they faced. So, there is a lot to learn from this. Always I ask people to follow an organic development model. Like you have few number of beehives, you develop your colonies, you divide your colonies, you build your own hives instead of, making a huge investment and getting a lot of hives together, a lot of colonies together. Try to do it organically. You learn on the job. Well, yes, almost everybody talked about the value-added products, not just honey, but value-added products. So you should have value-added products, well-researched, well-developed, and marketed properly. Finally, I mean, I know there is very little time. Think at least 5 years ahead of today. If I'm sitting in 2020, the business model should look at 2025. What will be the need? What will be the kind of things which we can predict? Of course, we live in a world where we cannot predict much. Nobody predicted. One of my friends was telling in the worst kind of business models, they never predicted that there will be a pandemic which will shut down everything. But consider that, we should plan at least 3 to 5 years ahead. What will be the kind of market? What will be the kind of opportunities available? Look, trust me, I'm a big fan of technology. I experiment a bit with technology. 5 years back, we never thought that we can watch movies online. Streaming movies. Things are changing. The technology and all these things are changing. So how can we leverage with this? How can we use social media to market things? I'm watching small scale entrepreneurs who are very successful is actually networking locally. I know people who are marketing organic turmeric within their locality. I mean, earlier they used to sell it for a very small price. Now they're using Facebook, they're using Instagram, they're using Twitter, they're using local WhatsApp groups, and they're telling people that, look, this quality product is available. That's another thing. If you're into a business, whether it is honey or whether it is milk, I tell people that there are 2 things which you would like to buy every day. That one is milk and the other one is honey. And the biggest question in everybody's mind is whether it is pure or not. You're nowhere satisfied with your milk supplier and nowhere satisfied with your honey supplier, because these are 2 things which you always question, whether this is pure or not. If you're a local beekeeper, ensure that your quality, your reliability is the best. Start slowly, sell 10 kilograms of honey, get your local people say that this person, Solomon or Richard or Jose, they provide you best quality honey. You can go there, close your eyes and buy honey. My experience, I will tell you, we live in a market where there are corporate branded honey with, glittering labels, offers, 20% extra, 10% etc., ISI mark, the standard marks, all the tests, everything done, available in the market, cheaper than the honey which our farmers are selling. But people don't go to the shops and buy. Whenever they came and bought honey from us, they come back to us, they say that this is the honey we would like to buy because this has got good quality honey. I got customers, in our cooperative where people actually take honey from India to many other countries. They say that this honey is the best. Your quality has to be there. So this has to be a practice in your business, because successful businesses are based on ethics and good practices and smart business decisions. So this is much needed. I'll say a background study, a detailed planning, and an organic way of growth, a collective responsibility, and an ability to take risk. That is what we need. Then definitely Mr. Vincent and Mr. Kazim, you will come and say that, okay, here is the money. It looks like you got a better plan, you got a smart plan, we are ready to invest. I think that is how we should attract an investor into our business. Finally, I say that we can always look at corporates for corporate social responsibility partnerships, where you take investment them. This is something which we are trying to experiment in India. You tell them that you invest in this business, and we give you the honey back. You have about 3,000 employees. Why don't you give honey as the corporate gift? During Christmas, Diwali, or celebrations, instead of giving a bottle of whiskey, it's good to give a bottle of honey. It looks good. Instead of giving you, of course, Richard will prefer a bottle of rum, but
yeah.
I say
good whiskey, good whiskey.
Yeah, but tell corporates, instead of giving a packet of sweets, why don't you give a bottle of honey, which is more pure, more authentic? So this kind of practices, we have to be innovative, we have to think out of the box, and that will definitely make beekeeping and related business very successful. Thank you very much. Thank you all. Thank you, Richard. Thank you, Sharda. Thank you, Solomon, for this great opportunity. And I assure you that as long as God permits, we'll be there to support you and be partnering with you in all your efforts.
Thank you, Jose. Great contribution as always. I just want to make one point as I see Josie on screen and swinging it back to what I spoke about record keeping. To punctuate that point, as investors, such as the bankers and donor agencies, record keeping is critical as to what's going on. And I think the innovation or the creation of the beekeeping app that we've been working on, I think it will go a long way to bring in some level of security to both donor agencies and banking agencies, because as I said before when we made the presentation, both myself and Jose, is that if you are lending an institution lends to, say, Joe Brown. Joe Brown, here's $50,000. Go and set up your 200 hives that you said you were going to set up, but we're going to monitor your progress from the beekeeping app. So Mr. Boland or Mr. Akram can go online and they could see, well, from the hive inspections, from the data that has been recorded within the beekeeping app, how well Joe Brown is doing. Is he doing what he proposed he was doing? He can see how, from the record keeping that is being kept, how well the banker's investment is going. So, you know, once again, I would encourage, I'm going to try to encourage a private showing or demonstration, myself and Luis, of the app to both Trinidad and St. Lucia and any other banking institution or financial institution that may be interested in it. And you could use that as a tool to help guide. You can be, so you'll become part of the process of what's going on. I think with modern technology now, you don't really physically have to go to the site of the bees to see what's going on. But with the incorporation of technology, Mr. Boland should see how well his investment is going. Let me look at the records remotely of what Jim Brown has been doing. And he says, wow, he sees all the pictures of the bees, he sees everything's going hunky-dory, he sees the record reports, and he has some confidence. And once Mr. Boland has that confidence, he may be able to shave off 1 or 2 percentage points in that interest rate, and he will encourage more beekeepers to come into the program. So this is what I'm saying. We have to build confidence in our market. Us as beekeepers have to generate the confidence in other sectors to come and invest in our sector. It's not just about, hey, we're beekeepers and we're struggling, we need money. Hey guys, we're organized, we've got what it takes, we've got our records in order, we're at the cutting edge of the industry, we're doing this, we're doing that, we've got multiple products, we're not just depending solely on honey, we've got other products that can give us revenue incomes, and we've got the records to back it. I think this is what a banker wants to hear, and I think once we can bring that kind of confidence into the market, I think Mr. Boland will be having a hard time to compete with the other banks. You know, everybody else will slash their interest rates and want to lend to beekeepers. But as I said, this is my take on it. As always, we've gone over time as usual. I'm just going to try to take a final comments from everybody, just 1 minute. So I will start with Mr. Boland. 1 minute of final comments from everybody, and that's it. So please, Mr. Boland, go ahead, sir.
Sure. First of all, thank you very much for allowing me to participate in this what I think is an important session. I heard Jose mention the giving of a gift of honey. It's an excellent idea. For instance, I had somebody who gave me a gift of maple syrup, and solidified in a nice, when I tell you packaged, such that I'm sure it was very expensive. And, whereas honey, I don't know if it has evolved where people will say, all right, let's package this in a way that people will actually have access to it. I think that, the next steps really should be for us to getting the word out that bee production or persons getting involved in it can do so from the smallest scale. Just like Mr. Solomon was indicating that, there's a place for everybody there's a place to start. And if we could come up with the models, when Mr. Ali Kajim shares some of his models with me, I'll be in a position to say, okay, these are the models. This is how you are expected to start from, backyard to small commercial to the biggest one. So I do thank you for the opportunity, and we hope to see, next year when we come, to indicate that we have caused the industry to grow by, 20%, 25% from this this day on.
Wonderful, wonderful. Good news, good news. Let's switch back to Trinidad, Mr. Ali Kajim. Let's go, sir.
Thank you so much, Richard. Well, it was indeed a fact of pleasure to, I feel honored to be part of this panel discussion today. I always remember my first time going into a hive. It was a 40 hive apiary in South Trinidad. You have to don the bee suit, and you have to contend with the hot, sweltering humidity and trying to get into the hives, and the bees and them bouncing off your hive, bouncing off your veil, and getting sting through the suit as well. But needless to say, I found it very exciting, and always take the opportunity to interact with apiarists. I will take it higher up with respect to Mr. Sinanan's request in terms of consideration of collateral or more flexible collateral options for our apiarists. And I surely looking forward to that discussion with him in the future. And again, I want to say thank you so much for the privilege to share what ADB does in terms of our financing, not only for apiculture, but also for the agriculture sector, Trinidad and Tobago. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Great stuff, great stuff, great stuff. Movement, movement. This is what we like to see, man. This is what we like to see. We're moving. You know, pennies. The pennies is the profit. You know, we have to always watch the pennies because that evolves into the profit. Mr. Solomon, any last 1 minute, Mr. Solomon? 1 minute, 1 minute, 1 minute, sir. Last contributions. Your mic is not muted. Your mic. Please unmute your mic. Technical, can we unmute his mic? You need to unmute your mic. Your microphone is still muted.
All right.
Bingo.
All right. Maybe even the fellowship that's happening here, maybe a word or two to the institutions. Perhaps if you have maybe a cadre of beekeeping mentors, and I'm being specific to the program, so that you can refer your loanee to this person. From here in Tobago, I mentor a beekeeping project in Rodrigues in the Indian Ocean. You know, we're doing that for years. A point of reference, right, would help. Maybe if you have a small retainer or whatever, but you have a team of mentors, a person who's committed to assisting your loanees to get them from point A to point B. We really need more boots on the ground in beekeeping in Trinidad and Tobago, right? At different levels. I think the hobbyist level is an area overlooked because you have people with resources who are willing to get into the sector, who wants this pleasurable, romantic activity as some sees it. That's my minute. Thank you.
Great stuff. Thank you, Gladstone. Great stuff, great stuff. Who else is there? Jose, you want to say another final words? Go for it, man. 1 minute, Jose. 1 minute.
Thank you, Richard. You know, from my first day of interacting with you and the rest of the gang, it was a pleasant thing. It's encouraging. And all I say is that this is a great journey. Apiculture is not just any other business, but it is for the future of the planet. That is what I really think.
Yes.
It should not be just looked at as any other commercial activity, but we have a larger responsibility with the apiculture and conservation of bees, not only in Caribbeans, but across the world. So very glad to be a part of this initiative from this part of the world. And that's it. I mean, all the best. We'll be there as part of the team.
Thank you, sir. Great stuff. Mr. Solomon, Mr. Romulus. Nice. Go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
Hello. Yes, hi. Thank you, Richard. Excellent program, panel discussion. I like one of the points that our colleague from Trinidad made was going on the ground with meeting the farmers in situ. I really like that idea of going out to them. But I'm throwing out, let's see, some bit to my colleagues in St. Lucia. Let's have a dialogue, a public sector, private sector, multilateral agency dialogue early in the new year, because I'm really committed to coming up with new ideas. We understand the profit motive and we understand the surplus generation that is required, but I think somewhere in there, commingling the two paradigms, we can come up with something that is even more situationally, contextually relevant to the Caribbean. That is my thought, that's my theory, and I'm willing to fund it, Mr. Boland. You see how far I go? I'm willing to fund it. So we will fund it next year, and I hope you'll be there, and we will ask you to go to the extent you can go so we can come up with original ideas that are historically and contextually more relevant. Thank you.
All right, great stuff, great stuff. Okay, guys, gentlemen, I mean, you know, this has been a wonderful exchange. You know, there's an old saying, honey is money. And we definitely had the money and the honey on the table today. I just got a call for Argentina. Argentina is ready to trying to get into the room. The next session is, I mean, I think everybody should join the next session, and I really need to post again the contact information for that session. I think I posted at the last one. Shucks, I should have posted it again. Damn. But we really need to. There's obvious synergies that we need to make, and I think the presentations this afternoon with our brief session with the guys at out of Argentina from CAP Argentina is one of the largest, most successful beekeeping cooperatives. And and we have Bellevue Farmers, but at they kick off at 1:30. All right, so we need to get this going now. I'm going to just post these links, the links for the afternoon session. Have we ended it? We still online, guys? Okay, yeah, great. I'm going to post a link to the next session online. It's not on the website, but I'm posting it on now for everybody to cling to. I did it in the last session. This is the afternoon session, which is supposed to start at 1:30. I'm sorry, 1:15. So it means everybody here is going to have a working lunch because we're going to start almost immediately after this. So I want everybody, I really want to thank everybody for participating in today's session. This session, I think we have to do this again and not such a time constrained format so that we can really get the benefit of this. So maybe sometime in the new year, Mr. Romulus and myself can put another event like this just for the banking sector, maybe have it televised on Calabash so everybody could benefit from this information. So I've posted the link, I've posted the itinerary for this afternoon. We will start immediately as this Zoom meeting ends. For those of you that are attendees on offline, all the panelists should have had their link and they're waiting to get into the room. They're fighting, they're calling me on the phone, they're blowing up my WhatsApp, they're calling me, so we need to switch across to the next session now. So once again, thank you very, very, very much to everybody. It was a blessing. And as I said, where there's honey, there's definitely money. And both were on the table today. Thanks a lot, guys. Peace.
Cheers.
Bye-bye.
Cheers.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody, to our final session of the day. Let's see who's with us. I'm just logging in. Okay, great. We got 6 participants. My colleagues from Argentina are here already. I do apologize for the late start. Making apiculture more attractive to the finance sector, it ran way over time, Diego. So I really apologize for the delay. I'm sorry, but we had a lot of people online and it was a very engaging exchange. It's not often we get to have bankers at our disposal to, from multi-island jurisdictions to give us, exchange ideas and share their opinions. So it was definitely a privilege for us to have the opportunity. So I do apologize for us being a little
No problem, no problem.
All right. Let's see who's online. I I don't see Mr. I don't see Mr. I don't see Mr. Herman there as yet. We can maybe proceed. We maybe proceed, and then we can switch back. Or, Mr. Romulus, you want to say a few words? All right. Okay. So just to let everybody know, today, this afternoon session, which we are going to run through, is a short presentation from the Bellevue Farmers Cooperative on their newly launched organic fertilizers and pesticides booklet. So it shows you how to make your own pesticides, organic versions, and how to make your own organic fertilizers. It's a first of its kind. It's all tried and tested scientifically in St. Lucia, so it does work. And it's available at 3 locations at the purchase price of $40 EC only, at the SLHD office in Rodney Bay, the Jeff office. He's online now, sir. The Jeff office in Sans Souci, and also at the Bellevue Farmers Cooperative in Choiseul. How are you, Mr. Herman? How are you? You're online?
Very well, thank you.
Great stuff, Mr. Herman. Okay, I'm sorry that we're late, but we had the bankers in the house. So you know when you got the money men in the house, the conversation always runs a little long. So we had to give them a little extra time, and we were trying to make a new banking deal for beekeepers, so which I think we almost accomplished. So without further ado, let us proceed with Mr. Herman, and then we'll switch across to Diego's presentation. Mr. Herman is just going to talk to us briefly about his booklet from the Bellevue Farmers Cooperative and give us some insight. So, Mr. Herman, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Matthias. And first of all, let me say how thankful I am on behalf of Bellevue to be given this opportunity to present our project, which is entitled Transitioning from Toxic to Non-Toxic Chemicals through Research Demonstration Plots, working with schools, farmers, and others in the community of Choiseul, the Eastern Bloc, Miku Down. I also want to take this opportunity to welcome all the participants. I'm sure you have already been welcomed, and I trust that you're having a good time. I know you are in good hands, and the knowledge and information that thus received, I know will go a long way in the development of a vibrant young sector for the economic development of the Caribbean. In making this presentation, I am amazed that while I would have started to present as an ordinary farmer, but today I'm wearing another cap in that I am also a budding beekeeper. So I understand, and I've come to understand, the very logistics and the links that exist for common ground as it relates to a healthy colony, high honey production, as it relates to good agricultural practices through organic chemicals and pesticides. Having said so, Bellevue Farmers have been around for all 30 plus years, and we've worked very closely with Jeff, and once again we thank Jeff for the opportunity. Our first project was to do simply with composting. But having done it, and having done it successfully, we then approached Mr. Romulus and Jeff, and we had an idea, and we shared it, we bounced it around, and we came up with this subject. Why transitioning? I remember many years ago, as I mentioned, for the launching of that book, Organic Fertilizer and Pesticides, one of my early mentors was Mr. Gabriel Charles, former forestry chief. And Mr. Charles once said to me, Little Herman, one day you'll be amazed that what we see will no longer exist. And I asked him, what do you mean? He said, there will come a time when you will not be able to plant when you have to plant. And when you have to plant, when you're not supposed to plant, that's when you will plant. And now we see this is happening because today what we see is that most of our production comes in the dry season through irrigation because the wet season is so difficult based on the impact of climate change. The heavy rains create havoc with open field agriculture or rain-fed agriculture. So I was no stranger to these effects. And I remember being a greenhouse farmer. Once a friend of mine, a neighbor, had brought a friend to visit my farm, and he had with him 2 children. And they walked straight into my greenhouse, and the first thing they did was each picked a tomato and started to eat. And I said, my. Supposing I had not been conscious of what I put on my tomatoes, that might have been disaster. Because I've always been very conscious of the use of hazard and toxic chemicals. So these tomatoes were safe to eat. And that was my conversion and my conviction that we needed to transition and we needed to change. That project, when it started, was of 2 components. The first component involved a toxicology workshop where we exposed over 120 persons in this country, to include housewives, public sector workers, private sector workers, teachers, and many others, on the whole issue of what we consume and what is involved in what you consume. And it was an amazing workshop, especially when we selected a basket of produce that a normal housewife would go in to purchase. For example, the tomato ketchups and the milk and the water and so on. And the surprise for many of us at that workshop was what we thought was great to eat when tested actually was the worst to eat. I am not going to mention the report is available. And since I'm on air, the report is available, so persons can speak to Mr. Romulus and you can get access to that, to it. So based on this, we moved right into the next component, which was the transitioning. And that included training of farmers, teachers, through research, demonstration plots, and training. And we had a sub-theme because we concentrated heavily on soil. And the sub-theme was soil health is human wealth. Why so? Because my brothers and my sisters, if you have a healthy soil, you automatically have good production. And if your production is good, then you harvest bountiful. And if a bountiful harvest, you not just break even, you make a profit. And if you make a profit, you can accumulate wealth. So that was the basis of this project. And to be able to achieve this, for many persons, the fastest way to do this is by just applying large chunks of fertilizer. But our research over the period indicated that this was not always so. While you may have a quick, in terms of returns, but then the health of the soil over time depreciates rather than appreciates. And we visited various parts of the island, Vieux Fort, Micoud, Choiseul. We looked at high rainfall areas and low rainfall areas to look at the various components of the soils in each of these areas and what were the nutrient contents of those soils, what did they lack in, and how you can make those soils better to be successful. For this, we were amazed at how little compost material or natural material or humus that some of the soils, especially around the coastal areas, contain. And the coastal areas, by definition, is where we grew large quantities of vegetables, especially during the non-traditional period in the heavy rains, because our soils are always able to hold less water. But we were amazed that this was not always so. And for us, what was once thought as the ideal was no longer the ideal. So we had to begin to think and come up with measures by which we could develop soils to allow them to sustain growth. How does that link with the week that you've been spending? I'm saying to you this afternoon that a healthy plot of tomatoes, cucumber, treated with non-toxic chemicals is health to our bees. I remember even before I was involved in beekeeping, I would see bees flying around when I was spraying with my chemicals. And in some cases, what I did, I either chased them or I said, okay, well, they'll go away. But on hindsight, having understood all the links, I realized that if we continue to put heavy toxic chemicals on our flowering plants, the plants around the homes, the housewives, the plants that you have inside your houses, the plants you have in the kitchen garden, we are definitely creating a situation health-wise that is not sustainable. And in doing this project, the information that came up was just very surprising, because what we found was that there was a serious rise in a number of new cancers that had developed in this country, especially intestinal and stomach cancers. Now, I am not a medical person, but I want to believe that if it is intestinal and stomach, to a large extent, it will be based on what we eat and what we put in our bodies. We've also saw this during the research that areas in this country and in other countries where there was heavy banana production, there was a serious rise in cancers and soil ill health. Some of the soils in these countries were so bad that they could not even grow anything. The waters were so heavily polluted that you could not even bathe in these waters. And if you cannot bathe in waters and you cannot use it for drinking, you can imagine the impact of these waters on the health of our bees. Of course, I'm not an expert in beekeeping, but in my mind, the bees are always drinking water. In fact, I was surprised how much water they drink, because I put clean water for mine so that they do not interfere in grey water by the neighbor. So it's obvious that we have two choices. Either we transition and we save the ecosystem to leave it for tomorrow's generation, the youth, or we continue with the same practices and destroy the ecosystem and we leave nothing for tomorrow's generation, the youth. I stand for the choice of living the ecosystem in a healthy manner for the next generation. Our training involved composting and its impact on soils. And in the process of this, it was discovered by our team that out of that exercise emerged two great components that, though myself was familiar with, but some of the farmers and some of the participants were saying to themselves, but I didn't know that. When I see them, I kill them. And I'm talking about the millipedes. Some people say, every millipede I see, I destroy. Whereas the millipede is one of the most important animal, friendly animal, involved in breaking down natural material into a material that becomes available for plant growth and life. So is the earthworm. But the millipede is faster because it's what we call a crusher. In fact, one of the things that I'm hoping that as we want to move forward is that through the secondary school, and I notice you're talking to youth, I'm hoping that some of you young persons involved in chemistry and agriculture can begin to look at developing a business around the growing of millipedes and the growing of earthworms as a business. We actually, on some of our farms, grew millipedes. I remember transferring millipedes from from one point to the next, especially from the Choiseul area into Vieux-Fort, where the soil seems so dry and almost impossible to work. We took in millipedes and we placed them in certain areas, and the growth and the high level of productivity within the millipede production was outstanding. Can you imagine one person can, and it is simple, you take a bag of chicken manure, you place it in an area, you water it, within a short space of time, the earthworms and the millipedes will find it. And as that happens, that can be the base, and you can begin to spread soils over it, say, an area of 20 by 20. Within a short space of time, based on our research, the numbers of millipedes and earthworms within that area is tremendous. And you can begin to sell per square foot to housewives and farmers, but mainly housewives who can take it into the flower pots, into the backyard garden, into the flower garden to manage and create better soils for healthier production of flowers. And if there are healthier production of flowers in these backyards, Matthias, you know, one friend said to me, my bees can go into everybody's plot and no one can hold my bees and charge me. You can't arrest the bees. So if we can develop that kind of synergy and that type of approach, because of the organic movement, we can cause beautiful, healthy flowers all around this country, in St. Lucia and the other participant countries, and by so being, increase honey production. And if you can increase honey production, it means more wealth to the farmer. And of course, Matthias, your pet project, the epitoxin, which is huge. I know you and Mr. Romero are doing a tremendous amount of work in that area. So having done this and see the success of that, we then went on to look at the various fertilizers and chemicals that can be used using natural material. And I want to point out in this to say that a lot of what we use was what we refer to as local knowledge. It is what our grandfathers used many years ago on the farms when organic fertilizers and chemicals were not available. I remember as a little boy going to the farm to pick out caterpillars with our hands. And sometimes our foreparents would be using the guava leaves and other things to use on the plants. And today we have used that knowledge and developed a beautiful document referred to as an introductory guide to organic fertilizers and pesticides for a safer and healthier alternative for all. This can only be great news for us in this part of the hemisphere. Because the one thing we know is that nothing we'll be using in terms of the development of these organic fertilizers and pesticides is not GMO related, but it is in its natural form. Because I'm very concerned, and the concern of the team was that a lot of our plants and flowering plants are now disappearing because of the introduction of GMOs that are secretly coming into our ecosystem. There may come a time when some of these plants would take over completely. And would they be able to have the level of pollen that is required for a healthy bee to create a fortified honey? Sometimes I say this is really biological warfare against small island developing states and the other developing countries by the big powers that be. So, having done this, we saw immediate success in terms of control, in terms of how easy it was to use some of these materials, and my brethren, all of these materials were available for free. They are growing wild. But once we begin to check it and begin to process, obviously, we will begin to have to plant. And if we begin to plant all the material that you'll be using for the production of the chemicals and the fertilizers, what does that give us? It gives us an additional income stream for especially women at risk and vulnerable women that can grow this at a minimal cost of production right around their homes to sell to us who will be involved in the production cycle, because some of us cannot just produce and produce the plants and produce the chemicals at the same time. We need to sort of have a separation so that there can be a consistent supply. And I'm excited by this because what I see is an empowerment of our women to remove them from a wait syndrome, waiting on men. Men, I don't want you to take this too personal, but that dependency syndrome where that they have to sit in and the men have to provide. Ladies and gentlemen, we have to empower our women and our young persons to do things for themselves. Because a child that is raised in a home where he sees things being done will do the same. I actually have my bees in my backyard. And I was frightful of bees. And now I go into the hive by myself. So this not only is an agronomy, an agricultural, but it is also a cultural issue. By reviving a culture, reviving a life form that existed over time. Because if we do not patent it, and we do not make it our own, somebody will come in, take it, live with it, do it, and send it back to us. So I'm hoping that with this symposium today, this week, and with all of the knowledge you have gathered and my short representation, we can begin to think of preserving this culture, because it is what we have that is ours, and it's worth millions in our hands. So when we think that we are poor, we have millions in our hands. It's just a question of learning how to use it. Of particular importance to this project was the schools. Can you imagine, Matthias? You walk into the school garden, and the teacher is with his suit and mask spraying. Of course, he's spraying a toxic chemical over cabbage, tomatoes, whatever the case may be. And after he's put on his sprayer, in the next 5 minutes or so, the children, boys and girls, 12 to 15, 16, they walk right into that plot. They walk right into the fumes of these toxic chemicals unawares in terms of they being known, but we know. And it is not something that we've been conscious of, but we've done it for years. But now I'm raising this as a serious issue of health. The toxic chemicals can have serious impact on the fertility of these young men and these young children. And don't forget, these young children are the ones to produce the children that will take over from us tomorrow. Now, if they become infertile, where do we get our workforce from? We have no one to take over from us.
Great point, so Mr. Herman. Great point.
And I want us to pay particular attention to it. That is why I'm hoping that you participants, as you move to your islands, seeing this, you can begin to lobby the politicians and the policymakers that this book, as was recorded by Dr. Graham in her presentation, can become a research document to be used at all secondary schools within the Caribbean and the wider community to provide a safe environment in school gardens where school agriculture is practiced. I also want to note that if you are going to have a productive country, it is very important that you have a healthy workforce. How can we be healthy when we are spraying toxic chemicals? How can the children be healthy when they are walking and using toxic chemicals? I mean, there are schools that are using Gromazone and Touchdown in the school garden. At Bellevue Cooperative, a good few years ago, when we started this project, we banned the sale of all weedicides. And we introduced a system of weed whackers that the farmers would use, we help them to use, to cut the grass, compost and mulching and composting.
Okay, Mr. Herman. Mr. Herman, sorry to interrupt you. I know we have to have a special session all for you, but we're kind of on a very extremely tight schedule.
How much time? I'm rounding off.
No, don't log off. You can listen in.
I'm rounding off.
Are you rounding up? Okay, well, round up for me, please. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. So, brethren, I'm hoping that when you head out into your respective homes, that you will promote this, and that do not leave St. Lucia if you do not pick up a copy. It's only $40 a copy, and a purchase of a copy and maybe a copy for a friend. You can talk to Mr. Rupulas for the link. I assure you that what you'll be doing is to allow Bellevue Farmers Cooperative an opportunity to go back into a business continuity. And with this, I want to say thank you for listening, and I hope you do have a wonderful. I'm staying logged in to take in the rest of the presentations. Thank you.
Great stuff, Mr. Herman. Great stuff. A true advocate of organic farming, a true advocate of beekeeping, and looking at the full circle of life that with regards to beekeeping. It's not just about maintaining your colonies of bees. The environment your bees are in must be maintained and healthy as well. And if there's no plants for the bees to pollinate, you're going to be in a problem as well. But on that note, I'm going to switch across to go south of us now to Argentina, to my good friend Diego. I must first extend my condolences we've lost a true hero, man. And so I must extend my condolences. You lost a national hero. I was a great fan, and I'm sure there's a little weakness in your heart today as you make your presentation, as in all of us.
We are still crying him. He's like you said, like a national hero.
Yes.
It was really shocking to hear his death, but we have to move forward. We have to remember him as what he did. He put us in the top of the world for several years, so we owe him all what he's done. So thanks for your work.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. So without further ado, I'm going to allow you to introduce yourself and roll into your presentations. You have two. You're going to share your screen and you're going to do it, or do you want us to do it?
First, I will introduce myself, and then I will share my screen.
Fantastic.
So my name, as you mentioned, my name is Diego Iaconis. I'm from Argentina. I work in a cooperative, a beekeeping cooperative.
Argentina.
Yes. So we are along with what Mr. Herman has been talking about with all the organic movement. All the products that are used in the beehives are synthetics. Since I was a little, the use of synthetic treatments on the hives, antibiotics were spread all over the world. So our cooperative started to develop a new product called Advencap. It's an organic product for killing varroa mites. Everybody knows varroa mites in the beekeeping all over the world. Every beekeeper knows varroa mites. So what I'm going to show you is what we have developed for several years. So I will share my screen with you now.
Yes, we can see it. Fantastic.
Okay, I will put the full screen. So as I told you, since we were little, in our country, the only treatments that were able to use on the beehives were synthetic treatments. As in our country, we use synthetic treatments all over the world. It's all over the same. So the organic possibility to treat hives were very ineffective because it was a really hard work to treat hives with organic treatment. That's because you have to go several times to the hive to treat, because if you use oxalic acid or formic acid, you have to go several times, because if there's brood on the hive, you cannot kill the varroa inside the brood, so you are only killing the parasitic varroa mites. And also we were seeing that the synthetic treatment, besides it produces honey and wax, we were having some severe problems with resistance from varroa mite to those treatments. So we were seeing that we wouldn't be able to treat our honey in a few years with a good varroa treatment. So we started to think how we can develop a new treatment, a new organic treatment that is easy to use, that high efficacy. That was our main idea to develop that. So we get to our product that it's in strips, like the synthetic treatments, but it has oxalic acid as as active principle. So as I mentioned, it was really difficult to treat varroa, because if you treat it with oxalic acid, applying like sprinkling, sublimating, trickling, you have to go like 3, 4, or 5 times to treat the hives. If you don't want to go 5 or 5 times, you have to cage the queens and then go after 20 days when all the brood is emerged from the cells, and then you can treat. But it's a really hard work to find the queen, to cage it, and then to release the queen. You have like some problems with this can kill the queen, so you can use the queen for your hive. So that was one of the problems, that beekeepers didn't use oxalic acid in their hive. So we saw this, and we knew that we have to move forward with another treatment that doesn't be used like this. So when you have the strips in the hive, it's like you're sprinkling or sublimating oxalic acid constantly in the hive. So that's the main, the most important thing of the treatment. You are treating your hive like constantly during the time that strips are in the hive. So you can reach to kill all the mites inside the hive with only one travel to the if you have the hives far away from your home or from wherever you are, you don't spend more fuel or more time to treat your hives. That's the way that the strips should be used. You bend it over in the middle, and you put it in top of the frames, like it's showing the picture. So when the bees are in contact with the strips and the varroa mite is over the bees, they kill the varroa mite. So it's like a contact treatment. It doesn't evaporate the oxalic acid. It's a contact treatment, and it should be used in the brood chamber, you know. So when we developed this treatment in 2010, we decided that we wanted to sell it, and we decided, instead of being a private company, we wanted to found a cooperative. So this is what we are today. We are eco-friendly, so to speak. We don't research any chemical treatments or any chemical that it doesn't go to the organic way. So our treatment has been proved in all over our country. We are selling it now in Uruguay, Chile, Bolivia. So all the countries all over the world know about our treatment. They are really interested in our treatment, because it's the organic treatment that allows you to produce organic honey in your hives, if you have of course, certify your country. And this is like the map that shows where the treatment has been proved in efficacy test. We have proved it besides in Argentina, as I mentioned, in Mexico, in France, Switzerland, Italy, in Kenya, in New Zealand, and now we are moving forward with other countries. We are registering in South Korea, Iran, Israel. We are moving forward also with in South America, in Peru, Ecuador, Nicaragua. So this is like the what we wanted to get. So all the beekeepers can use our treatment. We sell it as a cheap price. We know that beekeepers are usually to go with homemade treatment because they doesn't trust in the commercial treatments, or they sell the pharmaceuticals sell the treatments really expensive prices. So we are considering to sell it in a cheap price, so all the beekeepers all over the world can afford to use our treatment. Efficacy trials have been done in our country for 6-7 years until we launched it to the market. This is our location where the trial have been done. 3 of the efficacy trials have done by universities. One of the city that I am right now, that's called Bahía Blanca. It's in the southwest of the Buenos Aires province. And the other efficacy tests were done by the National Institute of Technical Agriculture. It's called INTA. Perhaps you know INTA. So this is like a really proved treatment, and it's a secure treatment, and it's an organic treatment for the local beekeepers and for all the beekeepers all over the world. So we asked the beekeepers what were the advantage, or what they saw about our treatment, comparing it, of course, what they are used to treat hives. So they qualify our product as excellent and very good, comparing it with the other treatments. And also what we asked him is what were the advantages of our treatment that they are seeing, or they consider of our treatment. So they know that it's a high efficacy treatment, and also know that they can produce honey and wax free of synthetic residues. Our treatment is pretend to last 42 days inside the hive, so it has a long period of action. And the most important thing of all, besides it's an organic treatment, is that it does not generate resistance from mites. So you shouldn't treat your hives with other principal active, because it's a secure treatment and it won't generate resistance. Let's say, for example, since I started to study, I'm a biochemistry, the recommendation of all the sanitarian authorities is to change the active principles when you treat the hives. So varroa mites does not generate resistance. If you use just only one active principle, you will be generating resistance, a pre-selection, like an advanced evolution of resistance from mites. So one of the things to avoid that is to change active principles. But there are some countries in the world that they cannot use 1, 2, or 3 different active principles, so they are using only one. And when they are using only one, they are seeing that they have to increase the doses to treat their hives, to kill the varroa mite, they kill their hives. So this treatment is also good because it doesn't generate resistance, and the beekeeper will be safe with the treatment. They are secure with the treatment. So what I'm going to show you are some results of 2 different efficacy trials. Our treatment can be used in any climate. We have tried in the Patagonia, which is really cold, and also we tried in Mexico, which really hot. It's near you. So the results are the Mexico trials are these. You can see how the efficacy of every day start to accumulate. Then you have to reach the 21 days when the first period of brood is covered. So the treatment reached a 95% of efficacy. And at the 42 days of the efficacy trial, the treatment reached a 97% of efficacy. So the remaining mites were killed with the chemical shock that is used to close the efficacy test. But this is, I won't speak with this because we have a little short time. And also the Patagonia trial, you can see every day how the efficacy starts to accumulate. And when you reach the first period of brood, you have like 85% of efficacy. And when you cover the 42 days, it's 2 periods of brood, then you reach 98, I think it was 98, 97% also of efficacy. So what about the strips? You know, the strips are from cellulose, so they are like a vegetable material to go along with the organic treatment. And the contact area that the researchers in Mexico have measured is that after the 42 days, the bees were chewing like only the 10% of the strip. So the remaining 90% of the strip were still inside the hive. So if you leave the strips inside the hives, it continues to acting and killing the aromite if you still have aromites remaining. Also, what we measure is the frame variation of bees, considering a natural treatment with no treatment, a low cap treatment, and amiviral that it's amitraz. And we measure the bee frames before and after the treatment. And you can see here that the level of variation of the hive remains the same. This is the variability corresponding to no treatment hive, so it doesn't generate any toxicity to the bees inside the hive, instead of the amitraz treatment that decreased the bee population inside the hive in average of almost 10%. It's like if you have a 10 frame hive, the 1 frame of bees were killed by the treatment. And what I told you before, it doesn't leave any residues in honey. And I will say this, the oxalic acid is a natural ingredient, and you can have it on nectars. So if you measure oxalic acid in honey, you will find it, because it depends on the botanical source of the nectar, the amount of oxalic acid that the honey will have. So what we did is to measure the oxalic acid in the hives before and after the treatment. And we use a control group that we also measure oxalic acid before and after the treatment. So if you only see the treated hives, you will see that the amount of oxalic acid increases after the treatment. And if you only see this, you will say, okay, the treatment increased the amount of oxalic acid in honey. But if you look the untreated hives, the amount of oxalic acid also increases. It means that the amount of oxalic acid after the treatment is caused by the botanical source. Also, you can see that you have a big variability. And also, this is a clear sign that the botanical source of oxalic acid generates those results. So we can conclude that our treatment also don't increase the level of oxalic acid in honey. There's no in these slides, but we also measure oxalic acid in wax and in bees, and the results were 0. So you don't have any residues of oxalic acid in wax, and also you don't have residues of oxalic acid in bees. So what I'm presenting you here are the conclusions of all these years of work. We know now that the efficacy of our treatment remains the same, no matter what are the climate conditions or the environments. We still have high percent of efficacy of our treatment. We have documented it all over the world. The contact area remains the same during 42 days, so the bees doesn't remove the strips from inside the hive like it could be with a synthetic treatment. It doesn't harm adult bees or brood. We have also, besides measuring brood frames, we put like bee cages in front of the hive to collect the bees, and there were no difference between control hives and the treated hives. So the most important of this treatment is that you can treat your hive where are still brood in it. And the importance of this is that you don't have to wait to treat your hive until the damage by varroa is done. You can prevent the damage that causes varroa in brood before it goes enters to the winter. For example, here in our country, in April, the hives and the queen stops the egg line. So that will be like a good time to treat your hive because you don't have brood. But if you have a high level of varroa infestation, the damage on your bee population is already done. So you cannot go back in time to repair the damage. So what we recommend to the beekeepers is to treat their hives with this treatment. They can use it in constant honey flow because it doesn't produce honey and wax and does not use any residue. So this treatment allows them to use it where they can still be having honey flow. And the remaining group periods that are ahead will be burning free from varroa and with no damage in the lifespan. And the hive will pass all the winter with a big number of bees, and you will have like a good hive when the winter goes and the spring starts. So this is like the end of this presentation. I don't know, Matthias, if we can answer some question or I should move forward with the other presentation.
Yeah, sure. Let me check and see if there are any questions in the group so far. I don't see any at this time. I did have one question. What's a recommended time frame to leave the strip in the hive for?
I'm sorry, do you mean what's the number of strips that I should use in the hive?
Number of strips and how long do you leave it there for?
Okay, so we recommended to use it like 42 days.
Okay, so...
But there's no any problem if you leave the strips inside the hive for a long period of time. For what I explained, it does not generate resistance for mites to oxalic acid, and also it doesn't not generate, it doesn't pollute the honey. So you can leave it, for example, I treat my own hives, and the treatment that I use in November, I treat my hives 2 weeks ago. I will remove them in February and March, and when I trim the hives at the end of the season, I will remove it in August or in.
All right, that's great. That's something for the technical team. Persons out out online are saying that the volume is very low. So I don't think there's anything you could do about that. We've got a couple of reports online that the volume is very low. Okay, that's great. So let's move on to the next presentation, please.
Okay.
There you go. One last thing from me.
Yeah.
How does the oleic acid slow release treatment compare against? I use Apigard. How does it compare against that product?
Okay. We don't have Apigard here in our country. We have Flumetrin and Amitraz as an active principles.
Okay.
We have also efficacy trials in Europe. I can't remember if they use Apigard.
Yes.
I think also they have in New Zealand, but I cannot remember. You know, when you treat when you use efficacy trials, you use a positive control.
Right.
Let me see, just 1 second. I will try to remember. No, we always compare it with a synthetic treatment.
Okay.
We know that Apigard it's good, Timol it's good, but here in our country, Apigard it's really expensive, and the beekeepers don't use it because it's really expensive treatment.
Okay, cool, no problem. All right,
Okay.
Please proceed with your presentation.
Okay, so as I told you a few minutes ago in the Mr. Herman presentation, I was really identifying what he's talking about because here in Argentina we have like a serious problem with pesticides and insecticides to use in all the crops that we have here. You know, our country developed something called direct zone that it's based in the use of pesticides and herbicides to produce. So this is the use of these products are against apiculture. They cannot be living in a natural way or in a balance. The use of pesticides and herbicides goes against the beekeeping manage wherever you want it to look from. If you use pesticides, you will kill bees. If you use herbicides, you will decrease the amount of resources for the bees, pollen, nectar, and you will have like monocultures, and it's not good for beekeeping. So what I'm showing you is how our production of the grains of our cereals started to increase in the several years. Also, the area is also increasing, but it goes hand to hand with the use of pesticides, OGMs, fertilizers, and all the things that goes against the beekeeping managed and all the beekeepers in our country. So we started to travel a lot more with our hives and go to other ways where these products are not applied. So we have our frontiers move, and when we were used to, I don't know, harvest 80 or 100 kilos of honey per year, then we are happy if we are harvesting 20 or 30 kilos of honey per year, because we have like a small period of time when you have like, I don't know, a specific botanical plant, let's say sunflower, you have 15 days of sunflowers, so you can only harvest in that period of time. In the other times, you manage how to get to the beehive to the harvest of sunflower. So what we started to see is that the ecosystem didn't work with bees, because you can have, I don't know, cows, soys, and other crops that are not in hand with the beekeepers, and what it's generating, it's not generating any source of nectar that it contributes as energy for bees. And the most important thing is that the bees have deficiencies of pollen, and it brings along deficiencies of proteins, fatty acid, vitamins, minerals, all the more important things of the nutrition for bees. And also you are generating monofloral pollen, and also if you have an amino acid that it's important for the development of bees, you won't have it, or you won't have it at the amount of that you will need. So this is like a real problem. We started to see that it was a problem for beekeepers to develop their hives so they can reach to the harvest with a big hive, with a big number of bees, so they can harvest some honey. And also one of the problems that we intend to measure is the presence of nosema, that it's a parasite that lives in the intestine of the hive, or the bees, sorry. So we wanted to know if the different treatments that we pretend to apply in this experiment generate a decrease of the nosema in the intestines. So we didn't get any result from this. This is like a disease that has the period of time and it goes alone. So what we are showing here, I will traduce it because I'm having something in Spanish. Testigo, it's called like a beehive with nothing. We didn't give anything to the testigo. These two, Promotorelli and Bernard, are polyvitamins. Hatier, it's our product that it's like a patty. It has proteins, fatty acids, minerals, vitamins, and also has some carbohydrates to generate energy from bees. And they're a combination with our product with the polyvitamins that I told you before. So we did it on two Argentinian locations. It's called Coronel Suarez and Casbas, that are in the southwest of the Buenos Aires province. So what we should get involved in nutrition. You know, beekeepers think that nutrition is go to the hives and give them some syrup and that's enough. But they don't know what it's like a protein or an amino acid. So we started to teach them why this is important and why they should be worried about the differences of pollen in the hive. So it's proved, already proved, that the queens are stopping the gliding if they are reducing the pollen. You know, the bees are born smaller if they are not well fed by the nurses. Also, if they are not with a good nutrition, their lifespan will reduce like the half of their lifespan. And also you will be increasing susceptibility to disease. You know, American foot rot, European foot rot, fungus diseases, open the possibility that varroa mite could give you more virus diseases. So what we try to do is to develop a pollen substitute that is easy to use and can substitute all the pollen deficits that generates the agriculture in our country. So what we are trying to see here is we measure the brood area in the two locations at the start, and we compare it with our treatment. So you can see that in Coronel Suarez, you can see statistical differences between the negative control with our treatment. And here you have well marked the deficits of pollen instead of casbahs that there were a good floral resources for the hive, so you don't see any difference between treatments. So you can see here the average harvest of honey per treatment, and you can see that if you have a good nutrition in your hive, you will be having a good harvest of honey. You can see it here and see how the treatment beats the other treatments, and you can see with the negative control, they only harvest 2 kilos of honey, but instead with our treatment, we harvest almost 25 kilos of honey. So it's really important to teach all the beekeepers that the nutrition of the hive, it is not only the syrup, it's the syrup with all the pollen needs that the hives should be having. So you can see here how the brood area after winter, you know, we have like a stock of egg line on winter. If you have well feeded bees at the end of the season, they will start in a good way in the spring. This is what we discover also. And this is a picture of a hive dead of starving. It starved to death. It doesn't have any signs of honey. But the most difficult part is to show the beekeeper how do we know if we have a bad nutrition in the hive. It's easy to see with the honey because if you go and see the frames, you will see this if the hive is dead, or you will be seeing the frame with no honey at all, or a small amount of honey. But how can we know, and how can we teach the beekeeper to see if they are having a bad nutrition? So the first they should see is the field condition. See, this is like two different scenarios, a bad scenario and a good scenario. Here you have some plants that are from our country. This is called Lycia. It has violet flowers. And this is what we call nabo. It's like a brassica species. And also here you're seeing some other species that will be giving you flowers in 1 or 2 weeks. This is different from this scenario. Those are fields that are fumigated with glyphosate and other herbicides, and only bad grass is grown here. So this is like a problem now and in the future for the beekeepers. Also, the other thing that the beekeeper should see is how's the amount of pollen inside the frames. You know, the pollen is stored by the bees outside the brood, and you can see down here, this is like a good amount of pollen for all this brood. You can see how the brood is constant. And here, if you have bad nutrition, the queen stops laying, or the larva die, and you don't have a good nutrition. You can see here, you almost see the bottom of the cells. This is like a new source of pollen, perhaps from the day. That means that you didn't have any pollen a few years ago. So this is like a bad sign for nutrition for your hive. And also the incoming from bees, in the enter of the hive, you can see it in their legs with the curvicular charges. Also, the signs of drones are a good sign for nutrition. If there's drones, that means that the hives have good reserves and also have a good nutrition. So this is like a full package to teach all the beekeepers what should be they looking at to diagnose a lack of pollen and a lack of nutrition in the hive. Also, you can see when you have open brood, the amount of Rochal jelly should be high. You can see the larva is swimming in the Rochal jelly, it's a good sign. And then if you see only the larvae and almost nothing of Rochal jelly or nothing, it's a bad sign combined with the other things that I told you. So this is our but it's ready to use. That's good for beekeepers. They can go to the field. They shouldn't prepare anything before they go to the hives. They use it at once. They open the cages and they use it already. So what we also told the beekeepers is that this should only be given if they identify a lack of pollen in the hive. If it's not, if they don't have a lack of pollen, it's not necessary to supplement the hives. One thing that I didn't mention is that the beekeeper that use this patty should also put some syrup if there is any lack of nectar also to accompany this patty. So I'm finished. I don't know if we are in time.
Very good, very good. You're on time. You're on time. Very
okay.
good.
Okay. Perfect.
I think
I'm sorry if I didn't explain it really well, but it's the only English I have.
It was short notice. You did very well. You did very, very well. There's one question from Lauren, and they ask, is this treatment used only in the rainy season?
No, you can use it at any time of the year. We don't use it in winter because it's a contact treatment, and if the bees are in
confined space,
yes, they don't move, so it's not necessary. And also, what we told the beekeepers, it's one of the main questions that the beekeepers are always asking me. They think that treating the hives when it's not brood in it is the best because you can kill almost all the mites. But why I answer them is why you want to treat the mites when all the damage is already done. You should treat the hives where you have still brood periods.
Yes.
And you need that brood it's born well without any problem.
Yes, very good answer. We got a question from Jamaica, Hugh Smith. He asks, is there pollen in the patty, in the pollen patty, in the patty product, in the protein?
No, there's no any pollen in the patty because it's very difficult to control if you have any bacterial disease.
Yes.
From the pollen, so it don't have any pollen in the patty.
Very good answer. Very good. I hope that answers your question, Hugh. We have another question. Okay, well, the same questions in the other question. For me, I think this is the second presentation I've seen over the 1 week period that identifies the importance of nutrition, and so it's something that when you look at things scientifically and you look deeper into the the feeding pattern or the nutritional pattern or the nutritional needs of bees, it's very important that we study that area. And maybe this is one of this, and it could help us in stopping us from colonies absconding. Or one of the important things we need is early brood production at the beginning of the season. And if you don't start, your colonies don't start the beginning of the season the right way, it kind of tells you how the rest of the season is going to go for you. Or you're going to miss the first 2 flows of the season, and because that's the time your colony is trying to catch up or build up so they can give you some honey where, you know, if you had done the prerequisite precautions at the beginning, or at the end of the last season and at the beginning of the new season, you'd be in good stead. So I think it's very good. One of the things that one of the reasons why we have the CAP group, the CAP cooperative, with a late presentation, they want to try to get their product into the Caribbean. So we're going to be working with them to see how best we can create a distribution chain in the Caribbean to get their product out to you guys. They have some great pricing, very cost effective. So we're just working on the logistics to get it from Argentina to a central spot in the Caribbean, and then we can distribute to everybody from 1 spot or 2 spots in the Caribbean. Maybe have a distributing point in the north and somewhere in the southern hemisphere of the Caribbean, so we can distribute product to everybody regionally. So this is something we're working on, and I think you guys should look out for it. Very early in the new year, once we can dot the I's and cross the T's and let the ink dry on the deal. You can definitely look out for some new products at great prices. Let me see if there are any other questions. Okay, Hugh Smith, he's the government representative in Jamaica. I need his contact for product testing in Jamaica. Hugh, we will get the product to you. Let's just let the organization, let AGBO do its work, and we will distribute product. We will try a multi-island approach on getting samples to each of the islands so that we can get it clearance through all of your pesticide and treatment boards all at once. Let's try to make it a coordinated approach rather than everybody working singularly. All right? Thank you, my brother. Any more questions from anybody? Anyone have any more questions? Yes? No? Oh, let's see. Let's see. Nope. Okay. Well, Diego, I want to thank you. I think it was a great presentation. Obviously, you've got some potential new customers definitely on the table. As I said, I will give yourself and John a call. Let's try to table a meeting next week, and we can try to table this to you and get things going, and we can look at a formal approach of getting, as I said, if this product hasn't been introduced to the country before, we would need to go through the different testing procedures through the various different ministries across the region. Once we've got that ball rolling, I think we can then look at getting product to all the islands. All right. So once again, Thank you very much. Great presentation, Diego.
Thanks to you. Thank you for your invitation.
No problem.
It's been a pleasure for me.
Thank you, sir. My pleasure for me. And as I said, once again, long live Diego Maradona, man. Long live Diego. Man.
Yes,
all right.
yes.
Okay.
We will miss him.
Yes, definitely. All right. I'm going to switch now to Mr. Giles Romulus, the champion of the apiculture sector in St. Lucia and maybe the region after this Congress. But he's going to say a few words to wrap up this year's Congress. So, Mr. Romulus, over to you.
Thank you, Richard. Colleagues, friends from the wider Caribbean region, internationally, our ICT folks, our technical folks. This is going to be my last intervention because I leave after this, and I understood you're going to closed-door meetings thereafter. On reflection over the last 3 days, I do hope this meeting is going to be seen as perhaps the meeting that emphasize science and technology, science and innovation in a major way. The introduction and the sustained use of science and technology in the evolution of the apiculture industry in the Caribbean. Notice I have called it an industry. We do not just produce honey. We are practicing the science and art of apiculture. And for the Caribbean, we should perhaps begin to focus on it. And that means, therefore, looking at the economic factors as well. Not only producing honey, but going high up the value chain, as high as we can go. And as we ascend the value chain, let us try to manage that chain. Let us not allow it to be managed externally. Let us give ourselves opportunities to manage the various steps, both forward and in the forward and backward linkage areas of this of important industry. I do hope as we get more accustomed to social media platforms, we can have more frequent meetings. We don't have to have 3-day meetings. A 2-hour meeting every 2 months, or every 3 months, or 1-day meeting every 3 months would give an opportunity to exchange ideas, to develop rapport, to develop, build our friendships even closer. And it's a more economical way of doing things anyway. I would really like to see the partnership strengthened in the Caribbean, and perhaps that's one of the positive outcomes of COVID-19. Another thing I would like to see is multi-country projects. More and more the multilateral donor agencies are asking for bigger and bigger projects. It would be nice to see us going to the Green Fund in the next 3 to 5 years in a multi-country project, perhaps $100 million or something of that nature. But we have to find a way to work closer together to access that kind of level of funding that will develop our industries in our respective countries. I really want to see us producing products, byproducts out of the apiculture industry. More soaps, more lotions, more medicinal products and that. I really want to see that happen. I want this industry to be an industry that have learned lessons from the past, from the cotton days, from the sugar days, from the banana days, and even the tourism days. I certainly would like to see us learn those lessons and implement actions that can help us to benefit a lot more. The residual impact of the apiculture dollar must be more significant than the tourism dollar. And when the partnership is strengthened, I certainly would like to see some state of beekeeping report for the OECS and CARICOM perhaps. Some kind of report that captures our experiences, our partnerships, our breakthroughs, our integration of science and technology into the things that we do. The area of financing, we really have to speak to the development banks. That was a great session we had earlier today. But I think the private sector and the multilateral agencies and also the civil society organizations need to meet to discuss and come up with novel approaches. And therefore, as I have challenged Mr. Boland, I'm a man of my word is my bond. In the first 3 months of next year, we are going to have a financing dialogue in St. Lucia, not to deal exclusively with apiculture, but to deal with a number of areas that are pivotal to the development of small island developing states, apiculture being one of them. I want to thank Matthias and the IAC for this phenomenal effort. I think that was an effort at this time of COVID. I think Matthias and his group, they did an excellent job considering the constraints that affected this entire planning. I can say boldly and with no fear of contradiction that IAC is one of our luminaries within I don't want to use the word pantheon, but the group of NGOs and CBOs we are working with in St. Lucia, and look forward to continue working with them. I really also want to say thanks to our IAC experts and our communication people and our, yes, I think you fellas left There are a few hitches here and there, but out of 100, I'll easily give you all 90. But the last 10, you fellas will have to perhaps do a lot better than that. So 90 out of 100.
We could just blame Richmond, you know, for the 10% they didn't get. Just blame Richmond.
So our compliments to our ICT people. And those people I have met for the first time in cyber, thank you for allowing us the opportunity to host you in St. Lucia through Zoom, internet. I think the investment in this was worth it. And in the next 2 years, we'd like to see more things happen. You know, let us not do as our ministers, you know, come and as they say, we drink champagne, we talk and we go home and we forget about the conclusions. Let us be committed to implementing. We live in an area where we can't afford to waste our words. We can't afford to come together again and say, oh, but we said that 2 years ago. Let that be of the past. Let us go home and with determination, let us move this industry higher and higher up the chain. Because I think it can be done, and we can do it in partnership within the Caribbean area, outside the Caribbean area. In fact, the world is the area where we should play this important ball game in trying to remember Maradona and Pele in South America. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for that effort, that opportunity. Keep up the good work you fellas are doing, and ladies are doing as well. And let's see great things in the future. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Romulus. As I said, you've been a very gracious patron and donor to the apiculture sector in St. Lucia. Many of the strides that the sector has made in the last few years wouldn't have been possible without Jeff SGP. I would also like to thank the IT team, especially Mr. Felix. You know, we go back a long way, man. We go back at least 20 years plus. So, you know, we're good buddies. So a lot of the tongue-in-cheek exchanges between himself and I, it was all fun and games, man. I also like to extend a special thanks to Anela, who's took care of all our nutritional needs of the bees during this 1 week period. I want to thank you very, very much. I'd also like to extend a special thank you to the Ministry of Agriculture. They've done a phenomenal job in helping us in any way that they could. And, you know, as I said, apiculture has been the sleeping giant in the livestock and veterinary department. And I think we as the apiculture sector needs to rise like a phoenix from the ashes and show the livestock industry what it's really all about. I would also like to thank everybody, all the participants, all the presenters. Man, it's been a real amazing experience. Kicking off our presentations, Dr. Nicole Bradbury, all the way from Wales in the UK. She gave us a rapturous start, which was really, really great. And then Jennifer Holmes, got to thank her. She did a great presentation today, and her opening ceremony presentation was also a wonderful experience. I gotta say a big shout out to my new friends, Loretta, Jose, Alan, all the way in India. What a roller coaster ride, man. I mean, we met via email Loretta sent about 3 months ago, and from 3 months ago to now, we've created an app, we've done several presentations, and we've created possible transatlantic partnerships that could last a lifetime. So, I mean, that has really been a phenomenal experience. I would also like to thank organizing our stakeholder organization that was key to augmenting everything, all the behind the scenes stuff, so all the Zoom stuff, CYEN. Special thanks to these guys, Snalia and the team. They've been a great help. Even though I may bug them with lots of WhatsApp messages at all kinds of strange hours, and they bug me back with all kinds of strange messages, but it's been really good. And last but not least, the beekeepers around the region. Special thanks to you guys for participating. Special thanks for your comments and your feedback, all the emails, all the WhatsApp messages, all the phone calls I've gotten, all the remarks on Facebook. Really gotta, say special thanks to that. I gotta, my guys in Deborah, the field trip. Really gotta say special thanks to the boys in Deborah. That was a great experience. I think one of our biggest posts so far was our feedback from our Queen Marine experience. It almost didn't happen, and then at the last minute we said, thanks to Richmond. He said, no, Richard, do it. And so we did the Queen rearing and the field trip experience, and we got some really positive remarks from around the globe. We even got a thumbs up from Fat B-Man, man, Mr. Don Cushmeyer all the way in Georgia. He gave us a big thumbs up. So, I mean, we got to be doing something right in St. Lucia and in the Caribbean if the great Don Cushmeyer, the Fat B-Man, acknowledged our conference going on. All right, so I just got to end on that note, and I know our chairman wants to continue this. I will hand over the mantle of Master Chef. Oh, 1 second. We've got one more contribution to make, and then I will close off. Anela, please.
All right. I come bearing gifts. Yes. As part of our launching of OP7, Jeff has a few memorabilia, but I have brought one today for our guests. That is a phone holder. So each person is going to get a phone holder, okay?
Wonderful, wonderful.
All right.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Anela. I hope mine is special. Thank you. All right. So without further ado, I'm going to hand over this. We're gonna go offline. So all our friends in YouTube that have been giving us great support, and all our friends on Facebook who've been really blowing up Facebook for us and sharing the links and really getting the numbers up. I really got to thank you for that. We're now going to go offline. I'm not sure if the TV crew is going to run some of our ads of some of our sponsors from around the globe. And we're going to go into our AGM now, which is going to be led by our president, Mr. Aubrey Roberts, all the way from Georgetown, Guyana, South America. So on that note, I'm going to thank you. It's been a blast. I've enjoyed myself for a whole week. Thank you, sir. All the best. And, I bid you farewell and goodbye. So, Mr. Roberts, peace out, everybody. And I hand over to Mr. Roberts. Thank you.